live, ladies and gentlemen, for LTA South English. We're on week 2, day 2. We apologize for the small delay, but I am AC. Joining me in full black is SuperBren, and we're here to bring you all the action in and out of Summoner's Rift. In the first game, it is going to be Leviathan versus Vivo Keat Stars. But first and foremost, SuperBren, how you doing, man?
You know, it's a bit of a last minute jumping in here, and some technical issues have prevented me from using my camera at the moment, so you guys get to join me live from the void. But other than that, I'm pretty excited. You know, I feel like this is the one series that we were like, oh, it's a foregone conclusion. We know who's gonna win this one. Clearly, Leviathan is very weak, and BKS looks pretty good. But then Trimby is out for some personal business, heading back to his home. So now all of a sudden, this could be a bit of a series as you have Scamber filling in the meantime.
Yeah, you do. You have Scamber filling in for the support role, and he's filling in a pair of massive shoes, because in their last game, I mean, the team that lost actually chose their opponent. So in this case, Leviathan, who came out of a loss last week, chose Vivo Keat Stars as their opponent. And Vivo Keat Stars had a phenomenal series, a bloodbath of a series against none other than Loud. And one of the key players was their support Trimby. With him gone, should this shift the flow of the motions here for Vivo Keat Stars? We'll have to wait and see, as the draft is ongoing, and it is a first draft that has some very peculiar picks coming down.
Yeah, first draft, and if you haven't been keeping up with maybe some of the solo queue meta, this is stuff you're not gonna be used to, you know, like, but Corki has had a resurgence, and Trundle is actually very, very strong at all levels of play right now. Trundle is one of those champions who's very simple. He wants to get on top of you, he wants to right-click you a lot, and as long as he can do those two things, he's going to play relatively the same no matter what echelon of play he's at. So what determines if Trundle is really a powerful pick is his numbers. Can he do damage faster than he takes it? And right now, he is a really strong skirmish and 1v1 jungler, and pretty much any other jungler that wants to fight generally loses to Trundle. And so it's actually a pretty good pick into the Wukong.
Yeah, especially into the current meta, right, where his Chomp actually steals AD, plus his Subjugate steals overall stats. So against most aggro junglers, he does very, very good. Pantheon, Xin Zhao, Wukong in this instance, where he stacks armor with his passive. That's all gone with the Subjugate. So a very solid pick overall. But Vivo Keat Stars do round out their comp with a Rel to pair off with the Corki in the bot lane. Now, there's no major ball delivery system for Mirel here in the mid lane, where he's playing Orianna, but you can probably push some plays forward with the Wukong and the Jax if they find themselves in a good position here for this matchup.
Yeah, the Wukong and the Jax have a lot of good potential to go in together, find a lot of plays with the Counter-Strike as well as the Cyclone. And just because you don't have a necessary, perfect ball delivery system doesn't mean that the Orianna doesn't find value, because Orianna can actually kind of bully Ryze early on in the game while Ryze is still not very powerful, before he stacked, something like a Rod of Ages and a tier item to get a bunch of extra mana and therefore AP online. Orianna gets a lot of value where she can bully you, not just with her abilities, but also her auto attacks hit very hard in those first 3 levels. And so establishing that lane pressure can actually be pretty easy, especially for Miryu in the mid lane. I am wondering personally how House is going to handle that. We haven't seen House up in the tier 1 for a little bit. He has been in the tier 2 Brazilians, please don't hate me for how I pronounce this. Circuitão Desafiante.
Oh, I can help you. I can help you with that. Circuitão Desafiante.
Oh, see, everyone else, listen to this guy. Don't listen to me.
No. You almost got it. But we are live in the Summoner's Rift with Leviathan in the blue, side of Vivo Keat Stars on the red. Let's see how House does handle, because he's not playing a necessarily easy champ in mid lane either. The Ryze needs time to scale, and we do see Morpheus went a little bit too deep here against Toplop and CO.
Yeah, he'll take a lot of damage, but it's so early in the game. He's going to back well before minions come online. But Toplop is a very good level 1 support, and so they're using the pressure they've generated by getting a little bit of a trade to take the space into that jungle and perhaps even force a fight if they can
Wow.
find it. But a good CC from Scamber prevents any further action, because I had a feeling that it looked like Toplop was getting ready to throw a hook in that bush.
Oh no, they absolutely were. You saw that invade, Leviathan wanted to get in on that because Morpheus did go in a little bit too deep, and that costed him dearly. So an early recall for Morpheus. He's probably not going to lose too much in the sense of in terms of CS in the lane. We do have some information being shared. I do believe Disamus was spotted in the jungle. Disamus, who was one of the other two star players in Vivo Keatstar's victory against Loud. He is playing the Wukong. He has played the Wukong in that series as well. Mixed success in that champion. He needs time to be enabled here. The Wukong.
Yeah, the Wukong, as much as it feels like with that nice early dash, with that pretty decent early damage, it might feel like he wants to be a super early constant gank jungler, similar to the Xin Zhao. It's not quite how he plays. He wants to be more of a mid-game fighter, where once he's got his ult online, which is obviously a huge power point for him, as well as some objectives to fight around where he can get the enemies to group up, he would actually rather much fight for that as opposed to forcing ganks in the early game. But he is a fine ganker if the opportunity arises. It just kind of has to be set up that way. Right now, with that wave pushing in the bot side, is probably not going to be time for Disamus to come down. He's probably going to just continue to full clear and look to take scuttles, and probably, even if he can, get up to force a fight around that first neutral or even this top side scuttle.
Well, speaking of forcing fights, Toplop does throw out his hook, but he's worse for wear here in the bot lane. No summoners were used, but he is going to be forced back at level 2, which is probably going to prompt him to roam around a little bit. Considering top is pushed, he might look for top lane. As Zoltvet on a 1v1 against Bull, that's double skilling top laner, but that Jax is going to look real scary once those initial items start to stack in his favor. But we do see Scary looming around topside. Bull is extremely pushed in. The Ignite has been popped. He does have Flash, but there is no distance. Flash in from Scary. Should it be enough? No! The Ignite stops burning and he gives up after flashing. He thought he had Bull, but he didn't even get a flash out of him.
Well, it's not even necessarily that he gives up. He flashes, he hits the auto, but immediately the counter-strike comes out. And what other damage options do you have as a Trundle? You really can only just right-click people. He used the bite, and so he just has to sit and stare while the Jax walks away, because he cannot clear that distance. Once the hop has been used, once the counter strike is up, there's nothing more that Scary could do. He really had to hope that auto, that Q auto rather, was enough to get the damage down. It wasn't, and so Bull barely lives in the top side, and now Zutfi and Bull are gonna do it all over again in the bottom side. But Bull still has both his summoners, was able to save the teleport, still has the flash.
Yep, and that flash is going to be a valuable tool. Let's see if Leviathan actually consider the fact that he still has his summoners up, because Lutfit, he does have Ignite. Ignite is on cooldown right now, but it's on a shorter end cooldown, so it's a trading spell. Zoltfit is very susceptible to being ganked. But this is a standard start for Gwen, going Ignite, going Teleport. This does leave her a little bit more vulnerable to interactions, but most people don't even dare to interact with the Gwen.
Yeah, the risk of putting her ahead is often not worth it if you don't have a very guaranteed gank setup, because you're going to waste a lot of time, because while it does seem like they are vulnerable, you do have a small dash, and specifically a lot of great gankers want to actually use a longer range ability to set up for that gank, and so Gwen will usually just dodge out on whatever your initial CC is with the Hallowed Mist and just waste your time. And I have seen too many top laners turn that gank into a 2v1 double kill, and so sometimes it's just not worth it to risk it early on if you don't have, that guaranteed advantage, that guaranteed setup.
Yeah, and Wukong doesn't really guarantee that until he's at least at level 6. There's a Counter-Strike setup. Obviously, you get a stun on Gwen to let the Wukong come in, but it's not enough, I would say. Not enough DPS at this point in time, so they're just going to wait for the Zombies to be at level 6, have the Cyclone. We do see a hook in. Stun down on Scamber as he walks out. Unsealed Spellbook doesn't leave Scamber as tanky as he'd like, but he still has bone plating for these immediate trays, and he barely takes any damage from Sio and Top Lop at this point in time, as Sio still needs a lot of stacks to scale up, but still, the poke starts to set in, and we do see a dive coming through. Pillar under the tower. They don't have a wave. They're really taking their time pushing in, but here comes House and Scary looking for the kills on Morpheus. They find the first blood. It's on Sio's hand. It is Morpheus biting the dust. Scamber's the next in line. Top Lop at 200 HP. He tanks the tower. No, he doesn't. They drain the aggro so well. And it's another kill for Leviathan, opening up with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that's a really strong start. You saw as soon as they recognized that, okay, this is a level of health at which we are healthy enough to dive. They are healthy enough they will die to they are unhealthy enough rather that they will die to the dive. They not only do they bring the jungler up, they also prioritize using House's realm warp to get up there as well to get another diver. And like you said, really well executed on juggling the tower aggro. We're gonna see it here after they get this first kill, which is that's the easy one, right? Getting the first kill, especially onto the squishy part of the team. They have to wait for the wave, but at this point, they're committed. They go on to that squishy ADC. The crash down does not land on the Scary, which could have drastically changed the outcome. But you can see Top Lop is just standing there, not autoing, because he knows how low he is on health. He waits for Scary to come over and initiate the damage, and then throws out all his CC, so that Scary will eat the tower shots. So just overall, very well played.
Exactly. Incredible coordination from Leviathan here at this point in time. Puts them in a very good lead. Even though Dragon did fall in favor of Vivo Keith Stars, it's just the first objective. Grubs are going to be spawning in soon enough, and it looks like VKS are the ones that are stacking around topside. You see 4 members on the red side of the jungle here from VKS, while Leviathan, they're still holding the status quo of the soul lanes here for the time being.
Yeah, Leviathan is kind of just... I think they are fine because they have some very good scaling picks. They've taken a bit of an early lead here. They did give up the dragon to set that up, but these picks are going to become very strong as the game goes on. So they're more than happy to just keep those solo lanes even, don't make any huge game shifting mistakes, and continue to kind of scale up and look for fights in the next 4 or 5 minutes around both Grubs and Dragon.
Zothvik going all in on Mireo. This is probably not the matchup that Mireo wanted, but she is throwing out the needles, and Mireo is going to be forced back. Teleport should be available soon enough, and so is Zothvis. Will they be contesting the Grubs is the question we have to ask, as VKS take the lead on this objective, and they're going for House. Stun comes in. Piercing shot comes through on House to save his life, and the fight resumes. It's Lev now biting back. They find the kill and the shutdown on Morpheus. Not the shutdown, but he does die twice now, and Scamber on the wrong side of the map gets locked down by Top Lop with House at 300 HP. CO over the wall also dishing out a lot of damage. Should be leaving the kill over for Top Lop. Scamber does not have a lot of ways to go here. Tower is shooting down the minions. There is a way for Scamber. He's going to try to meet up with the Samus, who no longer has a flash. In comes House with his ultimate. 1 WQ should be enough to take home a kill. Lev, 4-0 on the scoreboard, and now it's Sothvit's turn. Oh, he manages to walk away. The Samus wants nothing to do with that one.
Yeah, maybe I gotta say, as a caster, I got a little baited by the Wukong clone, because I was like, why are they, even to save House, why are we taking this 2v4? It wasn't 2v4, there was a Wukong clone, but House just barely able to escape, and then that CC, look how quickly they were able to get rid of that Corki, and that is a weakness of Corki, who is a good he's a good mid-game trader, but he just doesn't have the health, and without an enchanter, he has no way to stay alive during these mid-game fights. And so if you are able to aggress onto him first, as they have both during the tower dive and that fight there, able to get all of their CC, you see how quickly Morteas gets popped. And because of that, now the Senna CO is 1-0-3, significantly ahead, as well as the Rise. And we talked about Leviathan's team as a scaling team, as a team that's going to want to fight later, but some really smart, well-executed fights early on in the game have put them up 1.5k gold, and they're only going to get stronger.
Yep, this is not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to have a Rise 201 without a single damage item. He only has it here in a Catalyst of Eons. Yes, he does scale with mana, but still, you're not supposed to have a Rise this strong this early on. On the other side, Morpheus definitely needs his two initial items. He needs the Muramana, he needs the Trinity Force to be a relevant threat, but by the looks of this game so far, he's gonna take a little bit of time to get to that point right now.
Yeah, it's not quite ready, not quite going, but Zothfi might be in trouble here.
Oh, is he in trouble though? The Samus is coming in. Are they going to risk a 2v1? Zothfi does take a tower shot. Piercing shot comes through, gives Zothfi a little bit of damage, but that's not enough. Bullet is going to secure that kill. That's not good news for Lev here.
Yeah, not what you want to see. Zothfi realized he had overstayed. The reason he doesn't try to back up there, as he knows that the Wukong has too much mobility, plus that Cyclone, he's never getting away. So he tries to get the kill onto Bull to at least get a sort of consolation prize. Isn't able to find it, gives over a kill for nothing, and that's unfortunate for Leviathan, who had so far been playing a very, very nice game. They've already secured the Feat of Warfare. They have all 3 grubs, but you know, again, it's one death. The Gwen will still come online. Gwen is fine in the early game, but her early game did get nerfed going into MSI. That was one of the larger changes to champions. That patch was filled with a bunch of tiny tweaks to champions. But one of the bigger changes was lowering some of Gwen's early game base stats and early game scalings.
I guess that basically pushed her out of the jungle. As we do see Pillar coming down, Scamber pulled out by the anchor, stunned, rooted, knocked up, top left securing the kill with the depth charge. That puts a 5 on Lev's scoreboard to 1 on Vivo Keystars. Leviathan now pulling back as the dragon is spawned. They're looking for their position to secure this objective next.
Yeah, unfortunately for Leviathan, 2 of those 5 kills are on your support, and it is a Nautilus, so if there's one thing Nautilus is really good at, what is it? People might say, oh, he's great at securing fights and, you know, making sure there's CC. He's great at engaging, but I'll tell you, I know there's one thing that Nautilus is better at than any other champion in the game, and that's dying. You know how they do the crystal ball before Worlds? I think it's been like 4 straight Worlds where Nautilus has been the most deaths in a tournament. I mean, it's
normal considering his role in the game. He's meant to hook in and not walk out.
Yeah, exactly. No. If you aren't, as a support, if you aren't dying on Nautilus, you're playing the champion wrong. But that means it's not a great position to have a decent amount of your gold sunk into it. Will help him not die as fast, but if he does get to the point where he acquires a shutdown, he's guaranteed to give that over, which is not particularly what you want to be.
Pillar in the top lane, Bull might be in trouble. Piercing shot comes through, and it's Zothfi securing the kill on Bull. Next in line is the Samus. They see the Wukong? Question mark. They don't. He's over the wall. They see him now. Cyclone comes in. Lothvik a little bit confused at what's going on. He jumps into Cyclone. The Samus gets the kill. It's a teleport coming through in the top lane. Zothfi walks out of this one. He does not want anything to do with this. He does Mirail jumps in to secure the tower. Nope, they want the kill. It's a double dive, ladies and gentlemen. Zothfi walks away. They secure the wave. VKS is starting to bite back now.
Samus knows his champion. He knows when he is strong. He realized he has a level on Scary. And man, did he choose to abuse it. He said, they're too far away. I've popped my Cyclone, and painfully, Zothfi dashes in while the Cyclone is still up, gets knocked up, and can't save Scary. If that dash had come through maybe a second later,
oh wow,
perhaps they secured the kill onto Desamus, but Desamus is able to pick up the kill and force Zothfi out of the top lane temporarily. 1-on-2, a very strong play by the Wukong.
Absolutely, but a scary little stat data came through there on our screens now, where you see Leviathan is 6-2 on the scoreboard right now, but VKS, they've secured a grand total of 500 gold from the plates to just 125 for Leviathan. That is a lot of gold that Leviathan missed out on those initial 14 minutes.
Yeah, and that's why you can see here, even though the kill line is saying 6 kills to 2, it's only a 1k gold lead. It's something VKS has, at least I always believe them to be good at. Sometimes they are better at it than others. That hook
what
hits
a
with the
hook.
ghost anchor.
That was a hook of all time, and that was ignited, and it's a killing spree for Toplop! Both ignites were used! Zoltve and Toplop both used their ignites, but it's Toplop who gets the last tick. Stuns down to Samus as we head over to bot lane to see what House is up to.
House pushing the wave here. That's something that, that's one of the big advantages you have by picking up that mid laner there. As Zoltve is going to not be long for this world, and the shutdown given over to Morteus. That's not what you want to see.
No, not at all. I mean, it is still Corki. Corki was down in the dumps up until now, but that shutdown is going to leave him really, really healthy, considering that he already packs a Trinity Force, and he's kind of close to the Muramana. House taking a tower now, but the still first break goes over to Leviathan. They already had the Feat of Warfare. That means that they have upgrades on their brutes across the map. VKS, they're starting to take control of the map, however. Scary in the front line gets stunned. Massive Magnet Storm coming in as the Cyclone goes through. Toplop gets knocked up. CEO does take down Scamber, but the fight's all over the place. CEO's down for the count. Meadell takes down the enemy AD carry, and House teleports away because he wants nothing to do with this fight.
Yeah, you can see they all come up to get ready to start the fight, but they take a lot of damage real quick. This is the point where a lot of VKS's members are going to be at their strongest. I talked about once you hit that like level 11 mark, that real solidly mid-game section. Yeah. That is the ideal time for Wukong to be fighting. That is one of the strongest times for and Orianna to be fighting, and so because of that, they are able to just deal so much damage, and I don't think Leviathan anticipated it, and now any gold lead they had is entirely wiped out, and it is now actually VKS who are sitting pretty with a 1.4k gold lead.
Yeah, he just had a full 3,000 gold swing in favor of VKS in the past, what, 2-3 minutes? Even though first break fell into Leviathan's hands, the lane entitlements on VKS's side is just so much better, and look at this gold graph. The advantage was okay for Leviathan for the most part, but then 2 towers fall in favor of VKS. Bot and top. Fight comes in. It is in the jungle of Leviathan. First one down is Morpheus. Morpheus does take down Toplop, and the Zoltve gets caught off with 4 members, and the dragon up on VKS's side. The scoreboard suddenly shifts to 8 and 8, and Leviathan are running out of answers for VKS here.
Yeah, we talked about it when Morteus got that first shutdown, when he got that first kill. We were like, ooh, that could be bad for Leviathan, because now all of a sudden someone who we had held out of the game has had some gold injected. He's already got the first item, very close to the second, and yeah, that has all of a sudden accelerated that damage in a massive way. Looks like they're looking for the tower here.
Tier 2 tower, 700 gold, but you don't want to give a kill over to Jax. That's a 2-1 Jax with a Trinity Force, and House is in the world of trouble. He's still waiting for the cooldown on his ultimate. Meanwhile, VKS secured the second dragon of the game as a Chemtech dragon, and we have an Infernal Soul where VKS dominate bot side of the map.
Yeah, it's always scary when you see that your opponent has a lead on these scaling champions, when they are able to, their champion should only become stronger. But decision making is a big deal, and VKS has had some very smart decision making, making a lot of great set plays around the map, as you can see Toplop just became the unfortunate victim of how quickly they are able to just delete members of Leviathan at the moment.
And this is the power of vision, SuperBren. Look at this. Zoltve didn't even care. He was just doing Gromp. He didn't care that his support just died like 5 feet away from him. It was a matter of time until VKS found him out, took him down, and the whole jungle with them. Otacon spawning on timer as well. Everything goes in favor of VKS.
My head, AC.
Oh, jeez.
Where is the communication on this Leviathan side? Like, you see,
Zoltve just went mute all.
Clearly, I'm really left a little confused. But part of that is that's a bit of the pain that comes when your support secures so many of those early game kills. Is that gold that could have been better spent elsewhere is now kind of locked up in a champion that doesn't really do much with it.
Dude, I blame this on you.
You called it. You just do the same thing on Nautilus, right? You go in, you CC the heck out of someone, you die. So
listen, He was 203. He died 3 times in a row, pretty much, and I blame it on you. You called it off. The man was doing good. The early game was fine for Lev.
It's my job to break down the game state and what I think is gonna happen from that game state. I can't help when I'm right, AC. Sometimes if you got it, you got it.
Silly big brain color casters coming in here and ruining the Nautilus, ruining the fun for the big supports. What is the point of it all then? In the meantime, VKS keep on catapulting their lead. Within 5 minutes, they've extended it to a 3.7 lead when they were down for nearly 2K for the most part of the early game at this point. Warthy's had a terrible start, but he's super online now. We don't even talk about the Samus now. Wukong is 404.
Yeah, he's playing a very good game of Wukong. And, across the board, I think that is one of generally VKS's strengths, especially against, weaker teams. Not to be, rude to Lev, but they are generally one of our bottom of the table teams. And VKS is very good at handling the teams they're supposed to handle. They have a good understanding of the game. I wouldn't say they have the best macro gameplay in the league, but Coach CL has come in and definitely installed a solid macro game plan. And so what that means is, like you saw, yes, Leviathan was able to take an early lead, but despite the massive kill lead, they didn't have that many plates. They didn't have, that big of a lead, and they were never able to accelerate it. And now VKS, they are using their advantages to pool more advantages here. You see they force a flash down there. They force multiple ults here in this bot side, and Zothvi is still gonna pay for it.
Bull is 3v1. Scary is scared to heck of this Jax, but they finally find the shutdown, and it falls on House. This time the kill goes where it deserves, or it belongs at this point. But we do need to point out, Scary is 2 full levels behind Samus.
Yeah, and it comes down to VKS. Once they take an advantage, they are very smartly using that advantage to find more advantage, right? They knew they had pressure in the mid lane. They had all of this vision, as you pointed out very smartly earlier, that their vision control has just been dominant this game. So they knew as soon as Scary stepped into that jungle, and they forced out a flash. So now he doesn't have flash to fight in this bottom lane, and so they lose their top laner there. And then because they're all responding here in the bottom lane, VKS are finding another tower in the top side. They are really just taking this Lev team, they are pulling them apart, forcing them to go one direction and then striking from the other.
There is literally no map left for Leviathan here. They're limited to the perimeter of their base at this point, and the third dragon is about to spawn in alongside the Baron Asher at the 24-minute mark. Everything is going south here for Leviathan, who had such a commanding lead in the early game, dumping it all onto the street here as VKS just take control of the game, and now everything goes in their favor. Dragon is up. Immediately they collapse on the objective.
Yeah, and Leviathan have a ward in that drag pit, but they're not going to be able to respond. Scary's in the top side fighting a 2v2.
Magnet Storm comes in. Zothvid's down for the count. Scary pushes himself away. They just wanted the tier 2 tower, finally taking it down, but that costed them so much pressure on the map. Scary has to walk all the way back to his territory as the rest of the squad is scrambling to just clear waves and try to insert vision deeper on their own side of the map.
And unfortunately, there's just no space now for Leviathan to do much of anything, really. Anytime they push up, they are matched either on that same side and give over a kill, or on the opposite side and give over an objective. You can see a teleport going to be used here by House. They want to try and do something about this Baron. We are in the dire straits of the game where at some point you have to just pull the trigger. It might be right now.
It might be right now. Piercing shot comes through. In the front line, you do have Scamber, but he's tanking quite a lot of hits. In comes Bull. Cam strikes in, doesn't quite get a stun on anyone. Zothvid comes in from behind with a teleport, takes a lot of damage. All 5 members start to stack on top of him. Zothvid, however, does find the kill on the Samus. That's a smiter down, and Scary is still alive. It is a 3v4 right now, but VKS losing their jungler. They decide to back off of this one.
Yeah, VKS also lost a lot of those health bars. You can see how low Bull is, Scamber, Morteus. Miryu is the only one above 50% of their max HP, and they realize that Seo has a lot of range. He might, have not gotten a bunch of those early kills, but he is 3-1-6. He has 75 souls on that Senna. A couple more souls in his attack range is going to go up again, and one of those auto attacks can just cause so much pain. And so you can see here, VKS decide we are going to go in and fight. Scamber finds the engage onto Scary, but he does not get enough of the damage down early. And notably, they see the teleport come in, but once they respond, they aren't able to get enough damage onto Zoltve for it to matter, and that allows everyone to fight backwards. And even though they lose more members, it is still a positive play for Leviathan because they were at least able to stop VKS from taking the objective, find another kill for their ADC, and now they can look for a more even fight later on.
I mean, truth be told, the carries on Leviathan's side are doing good. You look at Seo. He's playing Senna. It's a hyper-scaling champion. He gains a lot of range. He gains a lot of damage. He's 3-1-6 right now. He's healthy. You look at mid lane, it's a Rise. He's also a scaling champion that needs time and space to do things. He's 302. He's doing so fine. We're 27 minutes in. CS looks amazing for these solo laners. Leviathan still have a hope. A little glimmer here and there, but can they actually push for these objectives? Because if Baron does get done by VKS, this could mean trouble for Leviathan. They're trying to get the vision with the scuttle. Baron goes down. They could fight now. Cyclone is down. They're scattered. Leviathan tried to get the carries, but Nautilus goes down. Zoltve now in the front line tossing out needles, and it is the pillar that disengages Leviathan.
Yeah, but not for long. Leviathan are just going to use their Baron to push this mid lane, and VKS rather is going to push this mid lane. Leviathan on the back foot, going to have to fight for something at some point. This is probably going to be it around this tower here. Wow. We might see a game-ending fight. Desamas using the clone to get away.
He didn't even get away. He just walked out. Simply, he was close enough to actually try to fight if they lingered enough for VKS to collapse on them. Just a matter of time now. Leviathan are fighting against time. VKS have Baron in 5 members. They have all the outer turrets down. It's just a matter of time until they start collapsing on these inhibitor towers in mid lane. Looking worse for wear here.
Yeah, the mid lane turret getting pushed in. The inhibitor is going to be exposed rather soon, and VKS is going to, punish once they have those pushing lanes. That's something they've been doing all game, has been forcing those issues in one lane and then immediately having a response in the other lane. Should Leviathan decide to, essentially, they're putting, I think I've talked about this before, in, the idea of warfare, you put Leviathan on the horns of a dilemma. If they turn left, they are impaled. If they turn right, they are impaled. There is no good decisions at this point in the game.
No, there's not. So they just have to go for whatever they can. They have to play responsibly to VKS. They have to find a mistake if they want to get back into this game. Just can't roll over and die. Toplop in the front line. He should be tanking it, but he barely has 2,000 health on his bar right now. Scary in the front now, trying to get something done, trying to gain some distance, allowing left to survive, but the inhibitor is down. So super minions are going to start swarming this mid lane as VKS start focusing on the bot side. This is soul for them, SuperBren.
Yeah, and sometimes you will see that players will avoid taking that first inhib, especially in the mid lane if it's just the solo inhib, but that's if there's nothing else to play around. When you have a dragon up, that means you can use the pressure in the mid lane to force a fight, get the soul, and now more.
And now more as they push in. Zoltve once again in the front line tries to get in safety of his W, doesn't quite find it. Desamas gets the kill. That's the first one down, but still Leviathan are fighting and fighting well in their own side of the map, unless Desamas decides to jump into the back and start dishing out some real damage. Morel takes down House, and now it's down to Scary and Top Left to try to finish the game, but they don't have any damage amongst themselves. Morel flashes over the wall, tries to get Top Left. Top Left super low, and one auto attack is going to allow a killing spree on Mid-L for the closing of this game. The bot lane goes down. The inhibitor is exposed and cracked completely open as VKS push the wave into the Nexus to seal game 1 against Leviathan.
Yeah, a really well played game for VKS. They gave up some gold early, but mitigated those mistakes and found a way to just accelerate once they had any modicum of pressure, any modicum of lead. They just blew the game wide open. As yes, I unfortunately am still casting to you live from the void, but I believe coming up we are going to have TDS filling in so that I can take my time and escape the void. AC, this game one was kind of, it's what we've expected from VKS. It's what we've hoped for them to be able to do, and we saw them execute it really well, mitigate their mistakes and play the map to exploit the mistakes of others.
I'm gonna be very honest with you. The fact that they were missing such a key player in the form of a Trimby in the bot lane, I thought it was gonna make it a lot more difference, and it did feel like VKS were on a slower pace when it came to ramping up their lead in the earlier stages of the game, especially considering that they drafted scaling lanes across the board, but they just weren't punished enough. Leviathan just were not able to secure enough leads and to punish VKS accordingly. So
yeah, Leviathan secured leads on 3 scaling champions, right? Like, you have Gwen, who's so good in late game team fights. You have Senna, who's so good in late game team fights, and you have a Rise, who should be dishing so much damage in the game, and they just weren't able to turn that into a late game lead.
No, and I feel like the Trundle pick was wasted on draft here, because Trundle is good to neutralize aggressive junglers, and it just didn't happen. He didn't materialize the Trundle pick at all. It felt like he barely was a factor for this equation here on game one.
Yeah, no, you 100% hit the nail on the head. Trundle should be used to neutralize those stronger junglers, to force fights, and early on, you know, be just kind of a menace, take a lot of pressure into himself and turn it into a bunch of kills for the team. He wasn't able to do that. He even got solo boloed in essentially a 1v2 in the top side at one point. So we're gonna have to see Leviathan really turn things around if they want to keep this series going.
Exactly. But before we go to the second game, me and SuperBren are going to take a short break, see if we can pull him out of the void. We'll be back with you guys for game number 2. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first series of Week 2, Day 2 of LTA South. I am AC, and this beautiful young man is TDS joining us here for game number 2. We pulled SuperBren out of the void, and TDS came out. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I did notice that Brent was completely like in a void place, so maybe that's why I needed to bring a little bit of light here. That being said, I was without light for quite a while. Like, my power is completely out. Thanks, Brent, for stepping up and for being able to cover such a interesting series, because the start of it is looking quite weird. Like, I really thought it was going to be Leviathan's game until it wasn't. So
It's the magic of LTA South, TDS. You can't trust your eyes. You need to trust your gut. And right now, it's game 2. It's game 2. Game 1 did feel promising, like you said, for Leviathan, but that lasted a whole like 10 or 15 minutes, or something like that, and then the ball just dropped completely, man. And I've kind of lost hope, but who knows? Game 2 could be different, TDS.
yeah, that being said, I do think that probably that's kind of Leviathan's motto now, where you think they are going to last longer, you think they're going to do more good than bad, and then it just goes back to what you expect from them. So hopefully they can turn it around. But I would say for the other side, for people, they performed quite well in the sense that they were able to turn around such a weird situation. They had a composition that I would argue probably wasn't going to be as effective the longer the game went, just because of how they kind of stacked with the comp. And I would say Bowl, to me, performed really, really well from what I was able to also notice. So if they can play around their top lane, especially with some of the changes that they had to undergo for this series today, that's probably going to be really ideal to try and lessen the burden on the rest of the members as well.
Yeah, you'd expect that, especially like this is week 2. So on week 1, you had matches based on seeds. On week 2, the losers from week 1 shows their opponents here for week 2. And we need to remind ourselves that VKS was the team that they chose to play against, knowing
Yeah.
full well that they did not have their primary support available. So the play was that VKS, or in this case, Leviathan wanted to play a weakened VKS, and it worked for a while. Nautilus was doing great. He was strong. He was circling the map really, really well. But could this have been ultimately their demise? Because we're on game 2. Leviathan chose to stay on the blue side, and the draft is live TDS.
Yeah, and it feels like a worldwide thing. Wherever you lose, you still stick on the blue side, or you take the blue side depending on where you lost that first game. So nothing out of the ordinary here. Pick and bans also, I think, pretty straightforward. A lot of mid lane attention, completely unsurprised there. I like the buy here because one of the things that I will say from the previous composition that I think they were lacking was some sort of way to really reach the backline effectively. Yes, the Nautilus ultimate
Yeah.
plus hook was not bad, but I feel like it's that plus something else. You need to add on top of that to really be able to get on top of that backline really effectively. And the Vi does enable you to do that because not only do you get on top of everyone, but you're able to go towards the area. So if they're able to pair this with something like an Alistar or a Leona, maybe you have more ways to try and reach the backline, something that Leviathan were lacking to a certain degree in the previous game. And the Xinjiao, pretty straightforward, normal answer here. I'm not expecting anything out of the ordinary with this sort of picks. Everything looking pretty comfortable as of now, and it's just waiting to see what the mid lane matchup particularly would look like with so many bans.
Yeah, you're right. There was a massive, massive focus in the mid lane. Aurora getting taken out, Azir getting taken out, Annie was
Yep.
out as well, Talia, so that's a lot of pool in the mid lane that has been absolutely limited. And hey, if we were talking about getting something else on the board, that side looked like something else to help out the Vi follow up to the play, or maybe even Mbessa. Hey, Mbessa was used yesterday as a jungler. Oh, was it yesterday? No, I'm sorry. My apologies. It was Vivo Keed who played against the Mbessa jungle. Loud brought
Interesting
it
choice.
on their
Interesting
match
choice.
against
Not
them.
gonna, not gonna lie, that's an interesting choice. I think the Ambassa jungle could work out. I do. I will say though, also the ultimate value here is a great way to try and pick off certain members. So not necessarily a horrible option, and maybe does have a little bit of potential in the top lane as well to really bully out, or at the very least take advantage into the rumble. That being said, the Nico getting picked here, not that surprising. You also get the opportunity now to go for something like the S-Roll or a little bit more pokey lanes, and that way you get a lot of control down there. And the Sylas, I'm not against the Silas here because you do have good ultimate value with the Nico and the Vibe particularly, but obviously Silas to me is always a champion that will be kind of 100% dependent on the ultimates. If there's good ultimates, you can become a late game champion. If there's not that many good ultimates, you're kind of a mid game champion with good value later on to survive. But those
Yeah,
ultimates really make or break your durability in the late game.
yeah. And I do feel like if we're talking about individual target selection and annihilation, Mireille has a perfect match here to lock into Silas because you can have the public execution from Mbessa at your disposal and
Yep.
also cease and desist from Vi that puts you directly in the enemy backline. So you're going to be a problem to deal with. VKS drafting in the Silas here. Now, with a very limited pool, they decide to take out the Galio. So Galio's not going to be an issue. Mireille is going to have a looser lane considering the available pool.
Yeah, taking away the Galio is interesting though, because usually it does go into the top lane matchup, but with Mbessa you kind of feel like there's no way that you opt into that top lane matchup with the Galio. So it would mean that probably would be mid lane, but I think you want to have mid lane Galio against a Silas because that's a great ultimate that you can steal as well. So interesting choice for banning away the mid lane pool here with the Galio. The Victor I do think makes sense because of the wave clear potential and how much
Yeah.
they can do with that champion. I think remaining champions in the mid lane, probably Yone or Syndra are the ones that you're looking more for here from the side of the Biden. And then for BKS, I'm pretty sure you go 80 carry here and try and get the counter pick for Scamber because getting a great support pick here could really make or break the matchup. Or you can just go for something thinking that the Nico is a support without really seeing the rest of the draft, and that way try and give Scammer also Mortheos also a good 80 carry matchup if he wants to. The Jin though, pretty straightforward, pretty comfortable, great supportive value for a lot of the other champions, and your range really becomes huge when you consider you have the equalizer from a safe distance plus the Jin ultimate.
Right. And right now, I guess they locked in the Jin because they were not certain if Nico could be flexed into the mid lane here. So the Kaisa being hovered over could be a decent AD carry here.
Yeah.
She will lack the range, I would say. You don't want to Kaisa into Silas, Rumble, Xin Zhao, because you are going to get your face
Ooh.
melted, but that is going to be the Akali mid, locking in Nico for the bot side of the map. Melee matchup in the mid lane here. Perfect execution for Mirel to steal off of House. And this, they're
So
threatening scaling in a bot lane.
I think this is the right choice
Sivir.
just because of the wave clear that you're getting. Because realistically, there's absolutely no way to clear waves if you opt into anything else that is not this severe.
Well, wave clear is there, but I don't feel like CEO and Toplop are going to have a ton of space to play this game.
It feels like
At least on a
they're
preliminary look of the draft, it does feel like their space is going to be very, very confined,
yeah.
because you're going to get jumped on by Xin Zhao. You try to back off, you're going to get hit from a massive distance with the Jin, and if push comes to shove, there's the ultimates that VKS can steal from you. Perfect execution, cease and desist. If you need a little bit of extra movement speed, you can always steal CEO's ultimate as well.
Yeah, and one of the things here, particularly that you also have to consider with the value from the silver is also that movement speed ultimate, right? Like, yes, and maybe it may get stolen away, and yes, the silver may be locked down. But then you look at the other side of the coin, and if you're able to play the Honda or press the Honda, I'm not really sure how it was, what the name was, but the ultimate from the silver, you give the enough movement speed for the Nico to really get into the fight, the Vi get into the fight for the Ambessa as well, and that does enable the rest of the team to at the very least have some leeway in terms of how they want to try and play it. The problem though is how you're mentioning you're kind of leaving your AD carry to deal with everything by herself, because even though you kind of run fast into a fight, you really don't want to run into a fight head first. Like, this is not a Kaisa sort of angle, even though the Kaisa probably would have been having a little bit of difficulty going against champions like the Xinjiao or the Rumble at close distance. At the very least, it felt like that had more uh, theme or a more synergetic idea with the rest of the champions than the Sivir, because the Sivir doesn't want to go in. She kind of want to peel away and just press out attack as much as possible, and that can enable some sort of good fight for you. So it's going to be interesting seeing how they play around this Sivir, particularly because her power spike is also going to be a little bit later. But also, if they are going to be able to maxify their damage output early on, plus also protect the Sivir in a good way.
Yes, as we head into the Summoner's Rift for Game 2, this is the last chance here for in this case Leviathan to actually secure a win and go into Game 3. But if Game 1 was if Game 1 means anything to us here from the standing or from where these teams stand at this point in time, I mean, it does not bode well for Leviathan, who draft themselves into a later stage team composition.
Well, it feels like it's going to be kind of dependent on how their decisions is going to be, because for all that we say right now, considering the previous game, right, they started really well. Like, they had really good early game plays, they had a really good idea of what they wanted to try and do, they were ahead for a good margin of the first 15 minutes, to put it like that. But then it's really when it fell over after that mark is when it really fell over, because some of the really bad decisions, some really questionable choices that they were opting into, and that affected the rest of the game. This time around, though, I think that their mid game power is going to be much higher. Their potential to really force some plays is going to be much more effective, thanks to having the Ambessa, the Nico, and the Vi, even the Akali as well, to really have that early execution potential as well. And if they're able to utilize that early game prowess that they had in the previous game, plus some more mid game potential, I think they can try and maybe have an even bigger lead this time around. It's just
You know what my
not overly
problem with
committing.
you know what my problem was with Game 1? Even though they were in the lead, they never really were able to express their lead by or over the 2,000 gold mark. They didn't even get to 2,000. I think it was 1,800 at
Yeah.
most, which isn't a massive lead. So Leviathan, they do struggle with those with garnering those leads, with the late assignments, with the individual performances. As we head into Game 2, we're starting to see a little bit of encounters here. Is this Amos? Let's try to go for Scary at level 1. Vi can't really do much, so that's a back down for Scary right now.
Yeah, already asserting dominance on the side of VKS, looking a little bit into the enemy jungle, trying to get a little bit of control. Not much invades going on, but there's still some vision collection that they're able to get inside of the enemy jungle. And importantly here, for trying to keep tabs on the buy, especially in the early levels, you always want to try and make it so that she does not know what she wants to do in the map. Like, you kind of want to have her always be just one step behind, because that way you can try and play before she gets her ultimate. That's really the power point where you don't want to play against. It's when she gets that ultimate. But for now, so far with the vision control, they probably can try and keep tabs on her. But it's going to be a similar story with the Sammys here, because he's also going to be spotted in the blue buff.
Yes, he is. So they have mutually assured vision, gentleman's agreement here between Leviathan and VKS in the jungle. They know exactly where their opponent is, where they are going to start. Let's see if that actually means something for the later stages. As Mirel, it's a little bit of a bite here. Both of them with electrocute house, no energy in the bar,
Choice.
however, but very, very bloody level 1 there from House and Mirel. We take a look at the bot lane. Pretty much, I don't think this is what you'd expect, actually, having Sio and Toplop bullying Morpheus and Scamber away from their wave.
So the value of having the double ranged, really, it's that you can just poke from a safe distance consistently, and that way you make it really difficult for the other side to try and counter push you. This is going to become much more comfortable as soon as you also get Alistar's actual combo, because at level 1 Alistar is not that useful. Like, he's really just waiting to get on top of you and maybe being able to trade a summoner or something like that there. But at level 2, you can play a little bit more aggressive, or at the very least a little bit more with your full combo, and lock down one of these targets. I did want to focus a little bit though on the mid lane matchup, just because double electrocute in a double melee matchup means that they want to try and blow each other up before there's any sort of action
Well,
happening. As ooh, that's a lot of damage. Who is that?
that's a lot of blowing up. As House does run out of energy.
Ooh.
Scary goes in, forces the flash out of Mirel, but uses his own flash in the process. Could Mirel be looking for it? I can read the man's mind. He's trying super hard to not allow House to go back. But he does assert his dominance, and he forces House back before he does.
That was such a good angle that they were looking for there. I really thought Scary was going to be able to get the flash Q into the play really effectively. And even though it's flash for flash, taking down Mirror's flash is still really nice to try and force something to happen, especially in a future gank. That's still something you can try and
Oh,
play for.
jeez.
And also, they have been trading really heavily, so not surprising that there could be another opportunity for that. Same story here in top lane. South Bay, though, not having the best of times.
No, you're against the Rumble. Until you're level 6, you won't have any sustain, so
Yep.
you're forced to just dash away from the Rumble at every given opportunity. Mirel, however, teleport right in the face of House. No respect whatsoever. He's playing with the tower range, forcing House to farm under the tower. But Mirel is starting to assert a little bit of dominance here as he buys himself into the Amplifying Tome. House comes back with only the refillable potion.
Yeah, benefits of being able to back when you're able to push a wave into not being able to push a wave at all. So at the very least, some slight AP advantage that can always work out, especially for someone like the Silas. The more AP you have, the better chances you have of also getting quite a good heal from the Kingslayer. So always
Mm-hmm.
good idea to try and play around that. That being said, the attention that the mid lane does receive here from BKS, it's a great change, or something that I feel like should be talked so much more whenever we look at BKS, because the attention that he receives, the amount of pressure that he creates, and the opportunity to open up the map like that.
Oh, that's a
Ooh.
level 5 from Mirel, forcing the out from House. Still has Flash the Akali, but on 76
That was
HP, I don't
close.
think it's wise to remain in lane. Take a look at
No, they
top
have to
lane.
go away.
Whoa. They do have to go away. They're
But this
already
is
forcing the swap.
this is the thing that I was talking with Miro, right? Because compared to where they were with the previous mid lane, there's more pressure that you're able to create thanks to just the amount of value that your mid laner brings. You're able to bring the pressure from the Nico now, because she has to leave bot lane to try and play around this mid lane so that you are not in a threat of dying. You have to push the wave, so this kind of takes away some of the pressure from the other lanes. Sivir and Nico were out of position, so now they're going to potentially either lose this wave or be caught up in a spot where they cannot farm. And then complete control of the bot side goes to the side of VKS, plus the control that they have in the top side with Bo, and it makes it so that Scary, even though he's in a good position to try and gank, he really doesn't have a lot of angles to go for, because there's no control in the map to look for anything.
No, not at all. You mean you have the dragon up, but you can't. Can you contest the dragon at this point? I don't think you can. VKS are dominating the early game, even though there are no kills on the board. Across the map, VKS just have so much more pressure than Leviathan do. Zolfe, however, he does land level 6, which means public execution is available. I I fail to see how that can make a difference against the Rumble with the Equalizer, but House getting ganked now by this Summons. We could be
Does have
looking at the
flash.
first blood here. Forced to flash over the wall. In
Oh,
goes Mirel as well. Gets the chains in the first blood. Goes to the mid lane of VKS. It was a long time coming, but they finally find it.
turns out Flash is overrated, not enough to be able to escape Mirror in that position, and this is just the constant pressure that you're able to create on the mid lane, like consistent trading into forcing a really bad spot for this Kali, as there's a slight fight here by Scary. There's a good advantage though because of the position that the Southway.
Zothvet trying to go for a trade on Bull with Scary right around the corner. This a miss. Once contested scuttle with everything that he has, Smite comes down.
He
It
doesn't
actually
get it.
falls in favor of VKS. He's at level 6. He does have his ultimate ready, but he's getting pinched by 3 players on Leviathan's side. Equalizer is available. Will he be using it at this point in time? Nope. This miss is just going to be sacrificed for the greater good as House walks up to the top lane. Perfect execution in hand, but Bull flashes away.
Yeah, really good kill there they are able to get, salvaging a little bit of the situation for the Kali as well, and questionable decision by Dismiss as well. But I'm not sure if this is a Dismiss decision or a team decision, because when looking at the minimap, Miro was actually pushing mid lane. He wasn't even trying to go to help anything in that jungle fight. So it's weird that they are opting into any sort of fight in that position. But here's what I was trying to say like before. Every bit of trading that goes on, every bit of idea that you have to try and force a fight means that you're opening the space for someone to come here and try and get you when you're really low. Miru, even though he can get below 50% health, he always has Kingslayer, which means that your trading
Yes.
is it's kind of a fake trade because he's going to recover a huge amount of health, especially when he's below a certain amount of health. So it's important to always consider that, and House did not respect that at all. Ends up paying the
No.
price with his life, and even though he recovers a little bit with that future kill, it's just putting himself in a really disadvantageous position now in this matchup, and I don't think he can contest against the Silas anymore.
He's still trying. Oh, actually, he's not trying at all. House is just stuck to the mid lane while the rest of
Yep.
the squad rotates over. Now you have the latest on with Zoffa versus Mirao in the top lane. Mirao doesn't really care. He's not building towards any tanky items at this point. He just wants is scaling as fast as he can. And he's bullying Zotfe in the process. Though, on a sustained matchup, I don't think he can actually contest Zotfe on a 1v1.
I really don't think so either, but you can burn them down, so you don't need to out heal them, you just need to out damage them to a certain degree. And they are looking potentially now to trade the dragon, so it looks like it's potentially going to be dragon for Grubs. Trade pretty consistent and pretty straightforward. The only problem here for BKS though is that the dragon was started way before. So if Scary can take this out a little bit quicker, there's always a chance for them to try and contest at the very least one of those grubs. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Miru.
Wants the kill. He's looking for House. In comes Scary. Q in hand, but he does get spotted, so Midel is just going to walk away from this one. They also have the prompt that the dragon was made, as the Zombies slowly but surely secures the grubs here. Now, Zothfed does know the enemy jungler is top side, so he's just going to try to slowly trade against Bull, try to get something done here as 3 players try to dive. Midel under the tower, lock him down. Cease and desist to get the kill. He's got nowhere left to go but base here. Leviathan, I don't want to say it's a completely different game, TDS, but it feels like a different game.
Hey, they're doing a really good job now with trying to get a little bit of the leads. Obviously, not a huge lead so far, but still 500 gold is better than no gold. So really nice dive they were able to pull off there, understanding that there was no jungler potential because of how they were positioning in the top side, and also because of how quickly they did the objective, because of how quickly they moved into that, it just made them much quicker into the response that they wanted to go for, and at the end they are able to get the kill onto Miru. One member was not enough, but certainly 3 are enough to get the kill onto the mid lane from BKS. Now, how can they turn this into more advantages? How can they turn this into something else apart from just a kill from Miru? Is looking into how they can get more turret value. And I like that top love is just consistently trying to move around the map and just leaving Sivir by herself, because this is the value from the Sivir. You push waves and you just back away and don't do anything at all. And rinse and repeat until she gets 3 items. And that's about it. That's the perfect game plan for the Sivir.
Yeah. It's just a matter of getting those items, am I right? But right
Yeah.
now, I mean, farm-wise, they're pretty dead even. We do see an approach. Where's the bot side? There is a pink ward on the tri-bush. This miss is just going to walk straight through the river into the lane. They want to promote this dive. They just don't have the minions under the tower for it. It would have been good.
It's not enough for them to really try and force dive. I do think though that just getting the gold from the plates is probably going to be a little bit more valuable, because now with the amount of time that it's taking, I think if you dive here, there's a really good chance for an answer that
Well, they're thinking
Leviathan
about
can
it.
try and get. Like, I'm not
They're
sure if this is a good idea.
Oh, they're thinking about it. This MS just walks up to the tower. He wants to take the
Fortitude.
plates, shares the gold with Meadow.
Oh,
They steal the ult from Laptop. Pop Blossom comes through
Oh,
from
that's so
Meadow,
good for
and they
Meadow.
get the double kill. No, they don't. Yes, they do.
Ooh.
The curtain opens up, and Morpheus secures the kill on the enemy mid laner. He gets the double, but can he get
Scary.
the triple? Scary is looking very, very scary as he cease and desists onto Scrambler, who opts into his ult. But now with the teleport coming through, they decide to back away. Perfect
perfect.
public execution onto the back. Can they do it? No, they can't. Desamis and their support scramble as VKS get taken down on Leviathan's bot lane.
Yeah, I'd be willing to say that was a perfect execution there by South. A really good ultimate to catch everyone in a really bad spot. And the BKS dive there, I think it's a way too forced play. Even though they do get 2 kills, they are trying to play into a turret from the enemy team, completely ambition, because they knew that they were coming on the side of the Python, and they were also ready to try and respond. It's such a weird play that they are trying to force. Oh, House maybe getting a kill here.
That's a flash coming
Ooh.
down from Bull. House ran out of energy, so he couldn't have any more cycles on his abilities, but nice
Just
display here from the Akali as we take a look at the replay. You called it early. Like, this was a bad idea going for this dive.
Like, I understand if they want to force it, but here you get the first 2 kills, you have to get out. Like, even if Scrambler dies, I think you have to just give up the play here, because there's no way that you can salvage this. There's teleport from the Embessa. Sivir is also coming down just now, so she's blocking a little bit of the escape path. You have to get away from this play because there's not going to be any advantage after the first 2 kills. Getting 2 is enough, and then if they force a teleport, you still have the Rumble on the top side to try and get something. But when you're trying to contest like head to head in most of these plays, if they already saw you, if they are playing with a turret, if they are ready to respond to you, most of the times you're going to be behind in that play, and it's not going to be the best trade possible for you. So really good response by Leviathan, and overall BKS maybe trying to be a little bit too aggressive with how they want to play this game.
Maybe, just maybe, they are stacking. Like, you know what the big thing is about Leviathan? If the early game from the first match felt the same way, it felt like Leviathan were dominating. It felt like Leviathan took the initiative on the fights, took the initiative on the objectives, much like what we're seeing on game 2. But TDS, look at the gold lead. Leviathan are only leading by a meager 700 gold.
Yeah, it feels like when you look at the gold lead, you notice that it's not that big of a deal. But the gameplay or the way that the game goes, feels like it should be much higher. But it's just that they don't turn, and there's a problem always with how we look at kills compared to how we look at the gold, right? Because kills do not mean you're getting more and more gold. It just means that you're ahead a little bit in terms of how you wanted to play some fights, and that's it. But the gold really is obtained by objective control, by how you turn those skills into something much more valuable, and that's something that a BKS have been able to do when they have the gold lead compared to Leviathan. That even though they get good kills, they don't turn it into anything. There's no turret value, there's no objective value, there's no huge CS lead in any lane. They actually are behind essentially in almost every lane bar Sivir. And even the plates, they were behind from the plates as well. So it's not like they can get farther ahead because of that.
Much like game 1, actually. I mean, you have almost 500 gold from plates being dealt to VKS with 125 from Leviathan. A lot. I mean, I think this is exactly the same number stats as game 1. I think it was 125 to 500 on game 1 at this point in time when the plates fell.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that ends up being the situation for Leviathan, but it's kind of like what you need to look for in this sort of situation. That being said, I will try and put like some positives to really think about in this game, and it's the fact that you do have an Akali that is 2-2, so right now her execution potential is really good, and then also a Sivir that has barely been a factor in the game when you're considering that. That's great, like 1-0-1 without really having to interact with anyone, 1 item completed, 2.5 to go, and that really is going to be the mark for going forward. But so far so good for CO, and as long as they can play around that should be completely fine for them.
We'll see. CO is remaining distant, but with enough proximity to actually start to interact. We did not see, like you said, we didn't see CO for the majority of this game. We're 15 minutes in already, but now we're starting to see CO staying close to the squad. He wants to start dealing damage. He wants to keep VKS at bay. He wants to start stacking those numbers in his KDA. There's a lot of vision coming in from VKS on the pit. They don't want to interact with this. They much rather take first break, and I think they're going to stack for it on the bot lane here.
Yeah, it looks like they are probably going to try and look around that. They 100% know that the Samus is down here, so certainly it's going to be a pretty free Herald for the side of Leviathan. But that also means that if they're able to force a little bit more, like you were mentioning, first break should be a pretty easy objective for them. I don't think they are going to try and dive Sotba here, though, because Sotba is
Uh,
really healthy. Yeah, like,
he is.
no, it's not worth it. Ooh, great flash by Haas.
Yeah. And the pulverized combo getting denied there by House. Top lap gets spotted top lane, but like you said, they're not going for the dive. They just wanted the tower, and they get first break alongside, I believe, the Feats of Warfare. If I'm not, no, they have first break on the side of Leviathan. They have the 3 kills. Now it's down to whoever can get the 3 objectives first.
So it's probably going to be on who gets the next dragon, right?
Yes. There's Grubs on one side plus a dragon. There's Herald on the other side plus another dragon.
Yeah,
so
so it's
whoever
dragon.
gets the 3rd dragon is the one that's going to get the Brutes upgraded.
It's a dragon, so it's going to be defined by a dragon fight. Now, I think Leviathan does not need to force a fight for dragon, because getting your items on the server is much more DL than just forcing a random fight for dragon. But knowing almost every team in the world, they more than likely will opt into that sort of fight, as Bull also potentially getting dived here. I really like the idea of trying to look for him, and yeah, they can kill Bull here. Pretty easy.
They can try to kill Bull here. He is absolutely
Ooh,
silenced.
great
He
flash.
does not have access to the equalizer at this point. He throws it down a little bit too late as the perfect execution comes through. Zothve is the one that takes the kill. In the meantime, Toplop takes it right on the Herald for tier 2 and 700 gold for Leviathan.
Yeah, really good play there. Bull not respecting the fact that there was still a Herald in play potentially to go into his face, and really nice dive they were able to get. Plus also blowing away the flash. So Bull has no flash plus no life at this point, and they are able to get a good amount of gold on the side. And this is the thing that we were talking about before, right? Is getting the gold from the kills. It's fine if you get the kills, but you need to turn that into more gold. This is one of those plays where you actually see them turning that advantage into gold, and at the very least making it so that now you can really look into having more power. Particularly because we haven't talked much about Salty, but 1-0 and 3 has a lot of magic resistance, especially against both solo laners, so it's going to be really difficult to stop this Ambessa from being a menace in the side lane, and that also in turn means that you don't want to send anyone towards that side, because there is not going to be a lot of value that you can kind of get, as they are setting up a trap here in top side.
Are they setting up a trap, or are VKS actually collapsing on House here to try to shut him down once and for all? Midel and Scrambler, they're working together. They've been working together from very early on here on this game. Leviathan do try to go for a siege on top side, but they get shut down by the presence of both Scamber and Decimus on top side. So now VKS, they look for windows on other sides of the map. Right now they're trying to defend the mid lane. Top Lop tries to go in, but Morthies just walks away from the pop loss.
Yeah, and it really feels like we're just waiting for that big team fight to really define how the game is going to keep on going. Because at this point, there's just a slight skirmishes, small like fights, 1v1s, 2v2s, maximum 3v3s, but not really anything out of the ordinary. And with the dragon spawning already, you do have teleport and mirror and Salt Bay positioned though for BKS first. Getting control of the river is really, really important because it denies the potential from the Nico to really find great angles, from a Scary to just blindly going into a fight, and also from Saltby to not finding the great angles that you're looking for. That being said, you need to consider those flank angles because the Akali and the Bess are going to look really aggressively for it.
Yeah, but now you have 3 players here on the bot side of Leviathan, or make it 4, as we do see a teleport
Dragon
from VKS from Mirai to try to, or Mirao, to try to collect here the dragon. VKS do collect it plus the feats of strength, which means that they have access to upgraded boots. Bull is on the bush.
Scary.
Spotted, and he goes a little bit too deep. Scary gets punished heavily for it. Toplop and Seo try to back away alongside House, but the equalizer comes down and the curtain is open. Watch out for Seo. He's out of range, but Toplop is still very much in danger here as it throws out a clone to eat the last shot, saving himself. But Zothve was left alone in top, and this is solo goal for the Ambessa.
Yeah, good idea they were looking for in that play, trying to force it so that you can get at the very least a second kill from that forest. They probably are going to get the second turret as well. So even though they lost the dragon, oh wait, Miru.
I don't think he's gonna do much. He's got the perfect
Oh,
execution on his belt, and he's gonna use it to bounce back out of the fight in under his tower. 3 players of Leviathan stacking mid lane to try to take down tier 1. They are going to lose the Otacon in the process.
yeah, and this is a big thing that I kind of dislike coming in from the Leviathan here, because it's not really the fact that they lost the dragon and the Arakan. It's the events that transpired after losing the dragon, right? Because you know that Southbay is not TPing. Southbay stayed topside. He's taking down turret. That's perfectly fine. That's a great strategy if you want to go for it. Like, there's no problem
Okay.
without forcing a fight. But then Scary goes in by himself,
Oh yeah.
knowing that there's 5 before. Like, there's no need for that. You just need to wait for Southbay to take down the turret, and then you play for the Arakan when you have the teleport advantage plus the members in the right position. But with the Scary dying there, you lose out on the advantage from taking down the mid lane and top lane turret, and then you cannot fight the next objective. And those are the kind of things that I think Leviathan are just so frequently doing, where they do things that they don't need to for the sake of doing things when they are in an advantageous position. That's the weird thing
Yeah.
for me with them.
No, you're absolutely right. We also need to mention the fact that Scary just went in willy-nilly inside the territory of the enemy jungle
Yeah.
without any vision. He completely bypassed the brush where there was, I believe it was Scamber, sitting in the brush waiting for someone to overstep, and Scary definitely overstepped on that one. Zotve might be getting ganked here, but Toplop and Seo looking to get some division in here. They try to go for Zotve. Calls are a little bit mixed here from VKS's side as they split
It's a 3v4.
inside the jungle. Scamber is losing a lot of HP, and he forced a flash out of Midao. Oh no, that's
Oh,
a
the
perfect
ultis,
execution,
though.
followed by the cease and desist, and Leviathan are running VKS out of their jungle, taking 3 kills for nothing on VKS's side.
Yeah, BKS countering with a really questionable play as well by themselves, but I love the punishment here by Leviathan, because they go in knowing that they are trying to maybe pick on South Bay or trying to go for something in the area. They have vision, so they know that there's not a lot of ways for BKS to escape without them being able to react to. And trying to go for South Bay is not necessarily a bad play, but you have to know where the rest of the members are. And in-minute teleport, by the Kali into the fight. Also, Salt Bay just surviving for so long and being able to do so much damage as well in the process. And then finding such a good ultimate angle onto Miru. And also knowing that there's barely any chance that the rest of the members are going to collapse. Jin cannot fly into that fight. Teleport by Bow would be probably just a waste of the teleport and probably dying there. So overall, it's just a really nice execution and punishment coming in from Leviathan that BKS did not respect either. I feel like this game is really inching into like who respects the enemy less.
That does feel true, but at that point, why did VKS not just collapse on Zotve to try to at least take a kill down with them? Because we are looking at a massive lead from Leviathan's side. It's still under 3,000 gold, so it's not a very, very expressive lead, but it is a considerable lead nonetheless, and one that Lev are having a hard time dropping this time around. Mirel on the 1v1. Fleur does miss there from Mortius as they attempt to get back their positioning in their own jungle. VKS having a hard time cycling through these objectives, cycling through the priorities on the map as Zotfe solo top lane once again, Bowl out of position. But he is a level ahead of Zotfe.
Yeah, he does have the Sunjust plus the armor boots, so he can survive for quite a bit before dying to Sotbay. That's a good news for them to try and play with. But that also means that the damage output from the Rumble is going to be not that big compared to what Sotbay is able to accomplish there, and already hitting really heavily onto Miru. Like, he actually lost a lot of
tier 2 drops. House goes in. Scamber might be in trouble. He's forced to ult out of that one. Shield popped. He is okay for the time being, but he needs to walk away from there as Leviathan completely dominate the bottom half of the Summoner's Rift right now.
Yeah, they did survive though. Scamber did not die. That's really important in that position because it was looking like at the very least one member from BKS was going to end up dying there. Teleport was blown by Southbay though, so this does give a little bit of leeway for the Ramble to try and push on the side. And we're reaching that point. We're reaching the point where CEO is going to be just half an item away. Actually, no, he already completed
he's on three items.
Now. Yeah, 3 items for the
if you count the boots.
This is scary. Like, those ricochets are going to be hitting really, really heavily. One good thing for BKS though with this is that there's no flash now on Seal, so if they get on top of the Sivir, she's dead.
All right. So from what we saw last game, my only question at this point in time is, how can Leviathan screw this up? Because right now
Yes.
there's 3 dragons. VKS are on the
Oh.
verge of getting Soul. Scary does take down Scamber, but will there be a response from VKS? Baron is threatened by Leviathan.
Oh, Bolso House here.
Is House spotted? House is absolutely spotted. Start burning him down with a rumble. Gets caught off, still in the smoke screen. Flashes over the wall. Curtain is absolutely open. Then they do not find the mark on House. Curtain is closed. Zoltve is on the back line. Massive
Oh, that's such
equalizer
a
to
good
take
ulti.
down Toplop and Scary. That's Jungle down. And if I was asking just a minute ago, how can Leviathan bury this game? The answer is like this, TDS.
Yeah, but really we have to give full props there to Bo, and I hope we get a replay of how it happened, because the way that this started is the Akali getting into the flank angle. Normally that's a really good idea, because then you find the perfect opportunity to really force a fight around that. The problem is that Bo noticed the Akali entering that position, and he himself goes and they take a double pincer maneuver to try and blow the Akali up. Yes, she escapes, but then every member is in a really bad spot because they are trying to cover for House in that position, and then it means that you can immediately turn around into the Vi and into the Nico really effectively. That was a quick decision that turns into 2 kills, a Baron buff, and yes, you lose on the middling turret, but overall it's completely fine as Scamber is that here.
He's got ultimate.
Oh wait,
He's
actually,
burning a lot of time as this miss
yeah,
comes in. Probably misses from Morpheus, but status quo remains untouched. Scamber
didn't
doesn't
die.
mind getting caught. He's an Alistar.
Yeah, didn't die at the end. That's still really important. And one good thing here to also consider is that there's quite a bit of standing gold that the side of VKS can try and get. Two turrets in the mid lane, one turret in the or 2 turrets in the side lanes. There's good
Oh,
enough
that's a stun. House is
value.
outside of the
House
smoke screen. He's
and
doesn't have a
off.
smoke screen for quite a while. Pop Blossom comes through to try to save what's left of Leviathan, but Midel goes
Oh,
in
the flash too
stasis.
soon.
Flash, cease and desist coming in from Scary. They finally take down Midel, but at what cost? Zoltfin now in the fight. VKS decide to disengage and try to join up with Bowl. He's definitely a difference maker in these fights, but he's solo taking tier 2 bot right now.
Yeah, 1-for-1 in the play, and they also take advantage of Bo teleporting down to the bot side, but he's taking this turret down so quickly. Even if they want to respond to this, it's going to fall down, and that's 700 gold, and pretty much making this gold lead completely inexistent at this point. I
What
will
a
say though,
swing.
killing Mirror is really important. You want to stop this Baron push here, and by taking down one member at the very least means that you're not going to force the play really heavily. But this is what I was talking about before. Getting the collapse onto House, it was a pincer maneuver that they noticed really effectively, and from this, it's immediately into forcing a fight here, knowing that both Toplop and Bai are in a really bad spot. 3 members were in a bad spot. The Sotbay was really coming late on the side and and wasn't able to use public execution, and destroying the Nico before the ulti just seals the fight there. Really good decision making.
Absolutely. And now the decision is to take down the mid tower. You force it open. You have Bull along with you. Equalizer is up and ready. Zoltve, however, he is a threat, and he's a big one.
Oh,
Or public execution going for Bull. Can they find the target? VKS collapse on their top laner. They find the airborne Zoltve with no
Zoltve.
ultimate, no cooldowns available.
Ooh.
Pops the Maul Mortis, and down goes Mbessa. What else do they have in the tank? House without a smoke screen is forced to walk away through the top side of the map. Pop Blossom after Pop Blossom. Midel does bite a little bit more than what he can chew, but still, VKS come out on top. No Zoltve means no frontline. No frontline means free tower for Vivo Keystars.
Yeah, Bo almost there, kind of giving away the potential of dying in that situation, but it's another turret, another kill, and another nice position for BKS. They now take the gold lead essentially after that play, and Miru maybe thinking that he had the sun just at the time. He actually didn't have anything to survive there. If you get locked down, you're probably going to die. But the initial idea, trying to go for Bull, and this is the thing that I love about Bull's optimization here, even though he's going to deal maybe a little bit less damage, his survivability is much higher. He takes damage, but it's not enough to be able to be taken down by Sotbay, and then the re-engage from a Sotbay that built a lot of magic resistance from a Xinjiao and a Jin means that he's going to get cooked immediately. Now, Seo has to force the flash. He does survive, but at what cost, right? Like, he's down a flash now. He doesn't have essentially a lot of mobility, and for a future fight, that's still a scary prospect for the Sivir. They even lose the turret, so the gold lead is not going to be in their favor, and the position for Dragon is just much better for the side of BKS. There's only one ward though, and there is a teleport for House to really try and come on the flank.
But they actually pull this off from House on the flank? I don't think they can, because House is already on the fight itself. So VKS, they just want to gain positioning because this is Seoul. They don't mind losing the inhibitor turret here if they have to secure this dragon. However, Leviathan, they definitely want to contest it, but they're too little too late. House comes in. He's completely isolated. He does not find an angle as Scamber takes everything in his wake. That's a massive equalizer. Morpheus takes down Scary, but look at House. He's got a double kill under his belt right now, and the rest of VKS squad are forced to disengage. This Amist goes back in. Can he actually get anything out of it? Top up is low, but so is Bull. He's trying to burn everyone down. Will he go down? Yes, he will. That's a shutdown on Zothve's side. Leviathan managed to crawl back into the game, but this Amist is alive, and the soul is on Vivo Keat Stars.
How the hell did Top Love survive after being persecuted there by this Amis? But they do get the fight win. They are able to they're not able to get the dragon, but they're able to at the very least find a great angle. And that is the teleport flank that they were looking for. That one word we were talking about, perfect for the teleport from House, finds Morpheus. Even though he doesn't connect with the shuriken, still you have every bit of angle here to really go for the Jin. And Vi finds the point and click ultimate, killing the Jin immediately, and even though CO dies here with no flash, numbers advantage turns into a pretty comfortable fight here for the side of Leviathan. It may have looked dicey at one point just because there was quite a bit of damage from both Bo and the Samus to try and burn down some members, but this is the thing about the Bowl's build. Even though it does give you survivability, it's maybe not enough damage in comparison. So it's what you trade off for just being able to survive a little bit longer. The thing though is that for future fights, you need to find that sort of angle once again if you really want to be able to win some of these fights as Leviathan. Because Morthea's position, first of all, had been great before that, and also he's been dealing so much damage from a safe distance.
I mean, they were willing to lose that fight, honestly. VKS just wanted to have the soul, but you were talking about the lack of damage coming in from Bull. He already has a bloodletter. He is dishing out damage. He's scraping through the magic resist on Zothve's side. The only concern that I still have remaining is a lack of grievous wounds. Right now, VKS have no way to actually stop the sustain from Leviathan, and that could be a problem in the long run. But I don't think fights are lasting that long for that to be a problem.
Yeah, I feel like it's more execution based before they even get to that point. But I do think isn't this the item that the Rumble has, one of the like heal card, or is that magic pin item?
So
I'm not not sure because I haven't seen it.
Bloodletter is the equivalent of Black Cleaver.
Okay, yeah, so I wasn't sure. I knew that there was a pen value in that item, but I didn't remember if it was like
it's the same. It's the mage's Black Cleaver. It stacks magic penetration as you whirl through. Scamber just absolutely blowing at the blast cone, leaving House completely unattended on the wrong side of the map. Midao is in the front lanes trying to join with the rest of the team. House is under fire, but can he actually do something as a solo Akali in the backline? Everybody jumps in. Pop Blossom is massive. Morpheus is down for the count, and the rest of the Leviathan squad jump in as Bull. Burning backline, trying to get CO. CO is still alive, and they start to engage on the Baron. Scamber, the man of the hour, is alive and kicking, but he's the one that's supposed to be dead. The Samus goes in, he finds the kill on House.
Yeah, and now Scary's here, but I think that Jin can win this. Actually, it's a 2v1. Wait.
Scamber, he went too deep. Scary went too deep. Zothve is a problem, however, but the tier 2 top lane is still nice and healthy here for Decimus and the support to actually scramble back to base. The inhibitor is absolutely exposed. They shouldn't be able to take game here unless Leviathan pull a miracle push.
No, I don't think they can. No, like you're mentioning, there is 2 members here, and the CEO on top of are particularly too low, so they cannot force this effectively. That being said, they can move into the Baron now. After getting the teamfight win, they can move immediately into the Baron and maybe look for it. The big thing though here is how House played that fight, because he was in the flank once again, but they're
going for Baron.
Yeah, they actually
Baron 2, Electric Boogaloo.
There is teleport on South Bay. House has teleport, but everyone else is backing, so they want to try and burst this Baron down. Can they actually do it though?
Oh, there's a teleport coming into the mid lane. It is going to be Zothve. There he is. Double teleport. House is already on the scene as well, but the Baron is melting super fast. That's the power of a Rumble on the middle of a team fight. Can it be the smite? It is. It's Baron on VKS. And now they find House completely isolated. That's a free kill for VKS off the back of a Baron.
I'm sorry, Leviathan fans. I may have cursed House there because his previous fight was great. This one decision, though, it's extremely questionable. That's Baron buff and a kill for the side of VKS. It's 40 seconds with no mid lane pushing into the waves on the side. They are going to recover quite a bit of gold here. And importantly, even though it's not going to be enough for House to be dead at the time, Elder is spawning in 1 minute. This gives
Yes,
now
it
VKS
is.
the room to completely get control of the river, take away every bit of vision that there was for the side of Leviathan, and get enough control so that there's no potential for a flank angle from the side of Leviathan. And that really is how they've won most of their fights.
Oh, but
Although
Leviathan, they're
waves,
absolutely warding bot side of the map. Top lap comes in, he stuns round Scrambler. Could it be enough? No, it's not, as VKS start to steamroll their own power, their own weight around the brushes, and clearing out the vision. Everything that Leviathan worked for up until
30
now is
seconds.
being cleared out. But still, it is well warded. Leviathan still can track the movements of VKS. They're trying to force a fight in mid lane with good reason. VKS still have 5 members with Baron Nashor.
yeah, they have enough to be able to push it here. House, though, is finding a really nice angle already looking down there on the side. And even though there was a minion wave, there's one minion still alive. Actually, they can try and push with that.
Oh, they are pushing with that. Leviathan taking their pressure mid lane. The mid is wide open. We need to remind ourselves that, and they're trying to pincer their way into the backline of VKS. But
Scary,
they're
scary,
counter
scary.
pincering, finding Scary in the brush. Could it be enough to take down the enemy jungler? Scary is
Scary.
super low. One more shot
dead.
from the open Kirkin could be enough. CO tanks it. Scary is super down.
They find CO as
For
well.
the count, and Bull burns him down. And on the backline, it is CO. It is House that get caught off. Zothbe pretty
is
much a
done.
last man standing alongside Top Lop, staying alive for as long as he can,
Oh,
burning
no.
as much time as he can, but VKS find the kill, and they're running it down mid lane.
No way, Scary. There was no need to make that Scary for the side of Leviathan, and they just did that. It was an angle where they had everything to maybe try and look for the fight. Like, once again, House was looking for a flank in that
Dude,
position.
it's the second time
But,
this game
yeah,
that he walks into the same brush blind.
There's no need
Second
for them to
time!
really go for that. In a position where they could fight for Elder or push Wave into the mid lane, they opt into the worst choice possible, and that ends up costing them the game. Scary didn't even use ultimate at that point. Like, there was not even
Nope.
the use of the ultimate at that point. He just died.
Wow, what a roller coaster of a game, TDS. 2-0, however, for Vivo Keyed Stars Leviathan. They fought tooth and nail in game 2 at several different occasions. It was their game to take home.
It really was. Like, I would even go farther to say, like, first game they had an advantage and they could play that. The second game was even worse because I think that they had even more opportunities to make that game theirs in multiple occasions. They won pivotal fights and they could really get control of the game back if they just were a little bit smarter in how they approached it. But there's a problem with Leviathan. They are way too focused on trying to push the issue in most occasions that they do not really try and think about what they can do for the next steps. Like, their next step decision making is probably one of the worst ones in the league.
But the thing is,
Sadly.
it felt like they were on the same page. The second, at least for this game, they were on the same page. The calls were good, the fights were good, the tempo, the rhythm that they were pacing themselves with was solid. It felt good. It felt
Yeah.
good. It felt promising for Leviathan. But then Scary does the same mistake twice, going into the same shoulder brush, completely blind, walking over like 3 players from Vivo Key's side, and just getting bodied. He's the last person that can die on the fight. Like, when you're on a point where you're contesting Elders and Barons, you're the last person that can die.
Yeah.
Because you're the
The
team
jumper needs to be
smiter.
there. It really needs to be there. And the problem with also him in that position, right, it's not only that you end up dying, and it's something that we were talking about in some of the decisions that happened before. For example, in that first fight where he died, like, it's not really the only problem is that you end up dying, but it's that you cost your team everything that comes after that. Because the position is dependent on your jungler. Everyone now is running for their life, so everyone is in complete disarray, and you're getting everyone in a really bad spot. And every advantage that you were getting before that kind of gets nullified because you're dead. Like, there's now the enemy team has more opportunities to turn around that situation. And in that last fight, it's perfectly noticeable, right? Scary gets picked off. They immediately moves into CO. There's nobody ready to protect CO because there's a Kali on the flank, Sotbi on the flank, and Toblab also looking for another flank. Like, if everything goes according to plan, you pincer them inside of the Elder Dragon, and you can take the fight pretty comfortably in that position. but because you end up dying first or forced out of the fight really early on, now you cannot force a fight with the flank angles because House gets picked up on the side. Toplove cannot go in because he doesn't know how to, and everything just completely falls apart. That's the sort of decision making that really impacts how the rest of the team fight goes, and it's something that Scary needs to look for himself, because I think that he had some really good plays this game, but one bad play really can make everything go away.
Absolutely, and Leviathan made that completely clear. They remain without a single win so far on week 2, or at the end of week 2 at this point, and they'll have to wait for week 3 to see if they can pull anything out of their pockets. Vivo Keed still safe in their top spot. They've already secured yet another victory. But before we head into the second match of today, we're gonna take a short break before we watch Loud versus Red Cannon. So you don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, welcome here, everyone. We are set for our second series of the day after a little bit of a surprise 2-0. I think everyone was expecting Game 3, and we did not get a Game 3. We got a thrilling Game 2, and hopefully we get our Game 3 here today. My name is Orbital. With me is joining on the desk once again, or actually saying on the desk, is AC once again. AC, are you ready for another series considering what we just got earlier?
Man, I am not ready at all. I'm never ready for these kind of shows, but you know what? It's always fun working with you people. We never had the privilege of working with you, but here we are, happy to be here. And after that initial game, after that initial series to open up day 2, it was something, you know. Leviathan really gave me hope, you know. Leviathan on the first week felt a little bit off tempo, a little bit more raced, but today they came out swinging. Game 1, they were dominating for the first 10 minutes, and then Leviathan happened. Game 2, it actually felt like we were going to game 3, like you said, but ultimately they were just, like minor mistakes led them to their demise. Now, for this series, we are seeing Loud versus Red Canids, and Loud did choose their partner in crime for the second week here. I don't know, because Loud just came from one of the bloodiest series last week, up against VKS. They locked it in Best of Jungle as well. And there was that was a whole thing for Loud. So I'm looking forward for this series tremendously, Orbital.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one again. We got Loud going up against Red Canids, and this series overall is going to be rounding out our end of round 2 as well. Next week will be round 3 as well as some eliminations, I believe, which will be a little bit fun in the pick and play. So it's a treat at the end of the day. Now, my question, as you mentioned, Loud, I believe is going to be sitting here going, okay, yeah, we messed around a little bit, maybe a little bit too hard in the previous series, so what do we look at in the future, right? You're going up against Red Canids, which, you know, might not be the most difficult challenge in the world, but it is one that you got to watch for either way. This is a victory for either team, but for Loud, I think all of us kind of expect to sit there and, as you said, maybe not mess around as much with some of those pick and bans.
You never know. You never know. It can happen, you know? Because Red Canids, we saw what Red Canids did or managed to pull through against Isurus Gaming. Last week, they've barely scraped themselves a victory against a squad, so I feel like this this wasn't just a random pick from Loud to their match, because this is pick and play. Loud chose their opponent for this week, and they saw some weaknesses that they could exploit from the Red Canids side. The question is, can they exploit them in terms of pool, in terms of direct matchups? Can they actually create this chaos and find themselves a glimmer of hope against Red Canids, because they themselves took heed to 3 games. So I feel like this is a close matchup between these two teams at the end of the day. Okay. I feel like that might absolutely happen. I expect to see Ambessa being flexed around. I expect, like we saw Twisted Fate come out of Red Canid's hands, and that's not something you see every day, but we are in a different swing in terms of patches. Yunara is a thing that we haven't seen yet, but she could show up, and she has been hellish in the bot lane.
That's true. That's true. There's a lot of champions that we've just been taking a look at that go, there are some question marks in there. I know over on the NA side in the solo queue challenges, there's been rises of Sona as well. There's just a lot of weird stuff. Yeah, that's a whole other story though. That's a whole other story in there.
Tell me the story. I want to know.
No. I'm not talking about this because I don't like seeing Sona in any of my games. I think anyone that plays Sona is, you know, a little bit silly in there. But I love the fact that you talked a little bit about the awkward picks coming in here, and if we do go to a game 3, I am curious what they're going to pull out here as we already head into the draft. And you can go ahead and take a look. We got Loud over on the blue side, banning out the Trundle, the Gwen, and the Nico, which we just saw piloted to somewhat good extensions. And on the flip side, you got the Varus, you got the Pantheon, you got the Jax, which are all fairly standard. And then when you take a look at Jewel taking out that Orianna, you had to take the Wukong away. It makes sense. Doom is going to be piloting that one, not allowing the Wombo combo.
No, not at all. But the thing is, the Orianna first pick opens yourself up for a lot of counter picks, which means that this is part of a greater plan from the side of Loud. I want to see this Orianna with a very, very proper ball delivery system. I expect to see a Nocturne. I expect to maybe see a Galio. If it has to go into the top lane, so be it. I just want to see a ball delivery system. And we're going for the budget option. Yeah, that works. Xin Zhao as a ball delivery system works just fine. You have a lot of pressure in the jungle. You're absolutely going to torment the Wukong in the direct 1v1 matchup, because Wukong, until he gets a Trinity Force, until he has a Cyclone, he has a little bit of trouble ramping up. But then you lock in the Renekton, and the Renekton is going to get bodied by the Yorick. I don't like this matchup at all as a Renekton player.
Yeah, it's this is a matchup that we've seen before, and honestly, it's a great counter pick coming out of FNB. I actually really like this. You say, hey, yeah, we're gonna take control of this lane and we're gonna run it pretty dang hard. So all of a sudden, Doom has a really nice lane to gank if you wish to set Loud a little bit further behind. Now, at the same time, we're looking at the next set of bans here, and we're already targeting that bot side a little bit heavier. I love the fact that the Sivir is banned away, because if you take a look at the composition from Loud, they want speed. They want a secondary engage tool, which is that Sivir on the hunt. Makes sense that you ban away a very safe scaling bottom laner. So
and you
I
also
like
need
it.
a little bit of late game security, you know.
Yeah, and then on the same side, though, Louder saying, well, we know where you're going with the bot side. We don't want to see the Lucian, so the opposite side of that seesaw.
Exactly, so they don't want to see any early game surprises there for the bot lane. Kai'Sa also getting taken out makes perfect sense here. I mean, there are still a couple of options here available for the side of Loud if they want to maintain a late game tempo. Jinx is on the table, and so are the plethora of Enchanter supports that you can pair with that Jinx if you want Loud to go through that route. And I feel like that would be the route, considering the fact that you have such an early game oriented top half of the map. Mid lane secures about from mid game onwards. I am concerned about the Taliyah pick here against the Orianna. I feel like it might neutralize it a little bit, keep it under check up until the 25-ish minute mark.
Yeah, this is we're watching the timer on this one. I got a stopwatch on my side here, so it makes sense.
Ravello.
But we are running down the side of the ADCs, and we're leaning into an Ezreal, so a little bit of safety actually running in for red cannons, which I'm not openly thrilled about this. I would like to see a little bit more offensive, and then Loud go extreme defensive. They say, if you're going to grab the Ezreal, we're going to grab the other one, grab the Xayah Rakan, get the Lover's Duo, and then we go ahead and just slide right on into a Bard pick. You know what? I don't understand the draft at all when these came out, considering how fast all four of these champions have been locked in. But that is the bottom lane that we're getting.
So basically what happened here, so you want a scaling bot lane for the side of Loud, and most of the options were already exhausted. They look at the draft and they see, wait, Rakan and Xayah are open? I mean, not even Leviathan made that mistake. Leviathan banned out Xayah on game 2, so that they wouldn't have the combo. In this case, they had access to blue side both picks as the last two picks for the side of Loud. They get Xayah and Rakan. This is incredible engage to follow up with the Xin Zhao. This is incredible scaling, considering that Xayah isn't in a void, so she is playing with Rakan, so everything is enhanced. On the other side, you're looking for poke, you're going to get outscaled. The Bard needs to make a perfect game. Frosty needs to be on his best side if they want to give Red Canids a solid chance here at this match.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the Ezreal Bard. I'll be sitting here just being completely honest. I think if you were going for others, I think there were options. I love the fact that you pointed out the Xayah Rakan. It was slammed in immediately when you see the Ezreal. So Red Cannons, they got their work cut out for them right now. We'll see if they can pull it off. Granted, we're not the players, so we don't know exactly what's going to get thrown down, but both these teams do. And Loud, of course, you can see a lot of the fans in there throw out the L's for the W's. We'll see if they can get those victories on the table. We even got some Red Cannon fans in the audience, and on the backside just saying, okay, maybe we don't vote for him after we see the Ezreal and Bard lock-in. But, you know, at the end of the day, it is the player's choice, and to me, that's all that matters. So, right now, AC, what are we thinking is the victory here? Do we think Loud takes game one, or do we think Red Cannons?
Listen, I understand that you're a massive Ezreal hater, but I like him as a bot laner. Look, he is self-sustained. He does not need a lot of attention in the bot lane. Yes, he mostly does single target damage, but if he can find the space, which with Rakan it can be kind of difficult, but I'm sure they'll work themselves into a good position, because Bard does not want to be in the bot lane. Bard wants to go on magical adventures. He wants to collect meeps. He wants to apply pressure on other sides of the map, and this is going to force Redbird to do the same thing. So this might create a little bit of imbalance, and Rebello is going to have some time to work himself through it. And now, what do we expect here on the early game? Well, I fully expect Loud to take home the early game with Griffin playing Xin Zhao in the jungle. But once we get into the mid game where some power spikes start to surface, when we start seeing the Trinity Force on the Wukong with the Cyclone, I feel like that will be a good key point for Red Canids to really start turning the game around. First objectives, they are going to be contested, but I ultimately think that Loud should be taking them home.
I also love the fact that Frosty didn't even go for the unsealed spellbook on the bar, just straight up went with the electrocute, and that is the most Bard player-esque pickup when unsealed spellbook was like the norm. And I feel like it's a champion that you would almost expect to see an unsealed spellbook, right? At the end of the day, it's like, it's Bard at that point. But no,
it is.
You go for a little bit more auto attack heavy, you go for a little bit more power in the laning phase, and a little bit more oomph behind your proactivity, which I can get behind. We can go ahead and see a little bit of an interview down in the bottom left, saying hello to a little bit of the coaching staff and a little bit of the overall staff there, and maybe getting some love in there as well as the laning phase goes ahead and powers through with the Grasp of the Undying and so much extra tags.
Oh man, I love this update on York. Now you can get actual graves from just queuing enemy champions. You don't have to be dependent on last hitting minions with your Q to actually rise those graves. You can just slam and get trades, get the grasp going as well. York is having a great time top lane. I'm happy to see him flourish now. On the bot side, you were mentioning the lack of unsealed spellbook. Well, let me make a bold prediction here. Mans is going to go into a Dead Man's Plate, into a rapid fire cannon on that bar. Trust me, he wants to go for that. He wants to do it. He wants to apply the pressure on the remaining lanes. But first things first, he needs to start bot side.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that pathing with any of the. I know. I don't want to see that. Is straight up solo queue pain. But I get it at the end of the day. I really do. But in the mid lane, Jules already getting a nasty advantage here. And it's expected. You're an Orianna. This is the expected outcome, at least for the early stage.
But that was a first pick. You'd expect for Red Canids to have some sort of appropriate answer for the Orianna, but that trade went completely sideways, forcing the teleport really early on. So Kaze already a summoner down. I wonder if this will backfire on him, as we do see Redbird trying to go on Rebello, but ultimately level 3 is achieved by Red Canids bot side. Oh wow, Kaze's already halfway through his HP bar.
I think that was just a little bit of a rough trade. I'm kind of curious if you ate a little bit of the minion wave. We saw him tagging out, but yeah, that's not good. This is also, I think you're playing into the fact that Doom is on the top side as we now take a look. It is Scuttle take, top and bot, makes sense. Top side though, we're getting a little bit of that invade power. You can see Doom hunting around, getting some wards down, but maybe looking for a little bit extra chase. Eyes out on either end as everyone's getting a little bit messy here. Bard Portal is going to use the Magical Journey, keeps Frosty alive, and you called it out. You know, Loud had one of the bloodier series last week, and now it's looking like they're ramping up to do it yet again as everyone's getting into the mix. Jewel taking a little bit low here. I don't think you're going to play for any longer, are you? Kaze's looking for the kill. Ain't no way, though. Ain't no way.
I mean, flashes are available. They're looking for it. Their fingers are over the flash, and there it goes.
Oh, first blood.
Yeah.
I have no other words. I have no other
flashes.
Words.
I mean, Kaze did flash out of the tower range. Jewel got a little bit too overconfident. I guess he didn't have enough mana for the flash, he would say. But then he realized that flash doesn't need mana. But, well, first blood is there. The message is sent. Jewel has been set in his place. And we do see a trade bot.
Not just that, it's a flash forward. Frosty was hoping for a tether and a tag, but it's not going to happen. And now you assumed a juke top, but it's a juke bot. And Root is able to survive. That was a little bit dicey either way, but Loud overall getting shoved back.
They did get shoved back, and this is a lot of pressure for the upcoming dragon. Even though Scuttlecrab has been made by Loud, they have some vision on the pit. This does set up a good precedent here for Red Canids to steal the dragon early on if they want to. But they're going to go for the swap for the time being, since Robo is bot side right now.
I mean, it makes sense to go ahead and get that rotate out. Loud say this is a great time, and Red Cannon's going to be looking towards that top side, maybe looking at that extra grub take. And it's a lane swap situation. Everyone kind of understands this. This is the norm now. At about 5.5 minutes, What you don't expect is seeing Redbird, trailing directly through the enemy mid lane and actually tagging out, getting a little extra for their bank, and it's actually going to be met by Doom, who is going to try and run interference, which is a nice little boon for the ADCs on the top side as well.
Right, but Dragon, this was a complete misread by Red Cannons. Yes, the swap has been made by or initiated by Loud by throwing Robo into the bot lane, but this opens up an opportunity for Loud to really secure an Ocean Dragon super early with no intervention whatsoever from the Red Cannon side. Jungler a little bit sleepy, Doom there on the Wukong, but that's to be expected at this stage, and Rebello might be in trouble.
That's
Frosty is leading in experience here against Rebello, or in comparison to Rebello. Frosty's 5. Meantime, Doom is circling around topside. They want to get that vision. They want to get plates. They want to get their bot lane as ahead as possible, considering that there is a hyper-scaling Xayah on the other side. Frosty, the man you expected to be circling around the map, is the one that really isn't having a lot of space to go anywhere. That's a shockwave.
Well, you know who doesn't get a whole lot of space is Kaze, who eats up that shockwave as well. But because Doom was there to cover, Kaze is allowed to kind of walk away for free here. That could have been a lot worse. Redbird, though, eating a nice little damage chunk. Frosty trying to keep everyone on their toes. Ravello not able to tag out for extra damage, so the top laners go bot, and the bot laners stay top.
Yeah, no overloading at this point in time. I feel like Doom needs to be a little bit more present in this game, and he will have that opportunity to do so once he starts stacking towards the Trinity Force, perhaps even get a couple of ganks in. Robo cannot afford these trades with the Maiden out.
Yeah, it's if you haven't played against a York, it is a frustrating aspect. You go in for a trade, and this is exactly what you were talking about. AC, you were talking about this Renekton and the York matchup. It ain't pretty.
Yeah, it's not, and it's Renekton. You want to be as aggressive as you can, as early as you can, because you fall off tremendously later in the game, but how can you, if you can't even get close to the Gravedigger?
I love that FMB is straight up hard farming this as well. Like, you're chilling right now, and theoretically, you could even dive this. Robo,
nah, he doesn't.
If you don't know what you're doing, you could easily be forced into burning ult just to stay alive. But Robo gets the healing, you are able to get the extra little piece in the bank, and you're good to stay under tower for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Vision, though, trailing up to the top side as Red Cannons, maybe looking for a pinch and a half if they wish to look top.
Oh, Griffin has been spotted, so they know exactly where the enemy jungler is. Doom already has 6, so Cyclone is a factor that Loud need to take into account if they want to contest these grubs.
And that's going to be another pinch and a half. Redbird taking some damage here. Ward is covered as Frosty has really kept the top side of the map dark for Loud, and I appreciate that one, but also because you're covering because Doom headed up there trying to get the grubs and match pace of the global objectives.
I don't think he can take all 3 grubs since Griffin is very aggressive towards this side of the map. He is wanting to engage, and Redbird is there with him.
And they're going to go ahead and jump on in. Doom going with that Cyclone, hops over the wall, but a nice shove brings a little bit closer. Griffin is way too close to the damage source. Crescent Guard keeps you alive, but it's a pinch back and forth. The first real meeting between the two teams. So looking a little bit dire here. Griffin's still a little bit low. Good smite to come out. That's going to be 1 for 1 so far, I think. But the danger is abound here. That's going to be a very nice Bard ult. Try and keep Kaze alive. Kaze is going to run for the hills. And he survives. Frosty with the save and a half. The bell tolls. And everyone walks away.
Wow. I mean, I thought Frosty kind of trolled there with his ultimate on top of Kaze. Didn't give him enough space and didn't actually stun anyone on Loud side. But the fact that Red Cannons were able to collapse on his position and keep their mid laner alive was massive. Besides, Red Cannons already got what they came for. They got the 2 grubs. They don't need the 3rd one. The camp is already theirs.
It's just that piece of the puzzle. Loud walking away, and they didn't even get all the grubs as well. 3rd grub is actually still up. Neither team really wants to go for it, but you already got 2. Like, Red don't need more than that. Remember, the change to the grubs means that you only need 2 out of the 3. Works way better, and you feel comfortable running away. Also, because Dragon's coming up, and this time, Red Cannons don't want to give that one over for free.
No, they don't. They definitely want to stay on top of the feats of warfare. They want to get this dragon, get them closer to the objectives, on the objective marks in this case. In the meantime, we do see that Red Cannons, they're starting to work themselves up into a nice little tempo. Like the gold is dead even, Orbital. If we're looking at the raw stats, gold is dead even. Loud is on a slight lead, probably like 10 gold or something on the overall mathematics of the ordeal, 100 gold now. But ultimately, it is a tight game. The thing is, a close game is a decent status quo for the Xayah player. Route being on the stalemate 10 minutes in is very, very good for the health of Loud here in the team fights in the later stages of the game.
I think I would agree with that one. They'll take their time and move their way forward.
Oh
Same
my.
time though, Robo still, we are
can't
watching
fight
this
this.
matchup, and considering Robo actually has a wave lead, it's a little bit surprising. But remember, Robo was hoping for a little bit more. Robo was hoping for the kills, and that's what they're
Why?
going for. Dances right on top of the wave, massive wave as well. I think Robo's just trying to shove the wave. FMB is holding this one right in front of the lane state, and because of that, here comes the ganks. Doom says it's free. Cyclone up, flashes out, but honestly, you ain't getting away. Nice stun out and about, but that's a flash forward. FMB takes it. Meanwhile, the Dragon is taken on the other side, but remember, Red Canids are saying, we're playing for the mid to late, and we need our Yorick strong.
Exactly. Yorick actually went into the Bramble first and foremost, Frosty. Oh, the tempo didn't land. The timing,
Yeah.
Frosty, buddy. Shockwave comes out to try to dish out some damage, but Jewel comes out alive out of that one. Tempered Fate missing the mark. But what I wanted to say is, Yorick first item goes into Bramblefist, immediately shuts down Robo and his sustain. So if Robo wants to go deep into trades, it's gonna backfire tremendously. And Yorick is one of the few champions in League of Legends that can single-handedly overload a lane. Like, he can absolutely get the lane pushing on any circumstance if he has the Maiden, and it's very, very hard to counter push it, mainly because his ghouls only die to auto attacks. Like, they resist abilities like crazy. It's insane what those ghouls can tank.
It's annoying as well. You just watch
It
them keep
is.
spawning up. Normally, there's already another 4 set coming out, and you're just like, okay, that's... I hate Yorick. I hate Yorick
Yeah.
at the end of the day. But
Oh man, I
this
love
is how
Yorick.
you
What are
counter
talking
that.
about?
This is how you counter it. You bring everyone. You bring an extra 2 hands. You bring the auto attacks in, and then you just straight up dive the turret. You're going to go ahead and get the little bit of a catch on FMB. FMB is going to stay underneath the tower, and it's an easy
Ooh.
chomp up as Root takes another tower shot. Frosty is here to ensure that not more plates fall over, but the tower dive is clean as Loud take a kill.
Right, the tower dive is clean, but ultimately you have to ask, what did Loud take away from this? They got the dragon earlier on, but was it a good expenditure of their time to go for this 3-man dive on a single Yorick just to have Robo go back downstairs with the teleport and force back to base?
It hurts. Robo is more like an NPC at this point, saying, okay, I can't really play the game, guys. I know I chose this, but I don't like it, and you're stuck. That is the fastest I think I've seen a TP to recall situation that wasn't because of a death. That hurts.
Oh, you haven't spectated my solo queues then? I do.
No,
way
I
worse.
haven't, and I also don't play solo queue. That's also the reason why.
No, fair enough. That's completely fair and agreeable. Now, Robo does have a little bit of respite here as he does he does find himself with the Black Cleaver. It's going to give him a little bit of moments or a little bit of trade pressure here against FNB, especially because the Maiden is one of the largest cooldowns in League of Legends as well. It's like 2 or 3 minutes worth of cooldown, so he's going to be on the down timer here for quite a while, but ultimately he's just avoiding him.
Oof. Robo is just... we're going back to Robo every single time, and it just
We
hurts
are.
to watch. Like, oh, that's a flash
That's a
forward as
flash
well. They're
in.
going to try and juggle, and they can get the... Yeah, you flash underneath, you get the kill. That's just Robo dead. For the last minute and a half, we watched Robo basically skirt death.
Yeah. I think he should have gone back a long time ago. This is a long time coming. As soon as Kaze got in the first burst, he was like, okay, Robo is very, very fragile against me. If you look at his inventory, he's got the plated steel caps and the Black Cleaver. He's got no magic resist to his name, so he's super, super fragile against Kaze. And this was just a dive waiting to happen, considering that he couldn't do anything. But Redbird,
Oh, that's going to be the jump forward and an easy
Cyclone?
cyclone, but Doom is going to stay alive for a little bit longer thanks to a little bit of help. Griffin, though, comes right out of that space and says, let's fight. Will be a kill singular for Loud as they look for that Herald.
Yeah, I mean, they just got the kill on Doom. Of course, the call will be to instantly turn to Herald. This is their third and last objective. They didn't get the grubs, but they already have 2 dragons. So Red Cannons, if they want to have a chance at the feats of strength, they definitely need to contest this. But I don't think they're in a position to do so. Louder being pushed back into their jungle, though.
And honestly, that jungle is not where they want to be. As Griffin says, please let me fly. Frosty says, no, you're iced on the ground. And Red Cannons answer right back for a jungle pick.
All right, so jungle pick means that we're at a stalemate here for the last objective. Red Cannons still have a chance to get this one, but oh, never mind. The feats of strength have already been made, and Red Cannons took first break as well in bot lane. So it doesn't really matter whatever I was saying. Red Cannons are leading by 1,700 gold. They're fine remaining here, or they're fine staying or remaining this or living with the status quo. Jesus, English is hard, but still, 4-2 on the map, not a bad overall status, and honestly, Frosty doing a good game. He's very, very disruptive on the bar, and as you'd expect him to be.
I think we're also hoping that he continues to be so, right? Frosty has denied so many different deaths, and not only that, saved and slowed down a lot of these fights where normally we see maybe 2 or 3 deaths. We're seeing only about 1 or 2, so it's a nice little pace of play.
Redbird
up right now. Frosty's not only just running interference, but also laying down the damage. Remember, the execute is doing work, and Redbird actually forced out thanks to that True Shot Barrage.
Screw the True Shot Barrage. The ghouls are chasing him down.
HP at one point. You're watching that ticker down there. Redbird can't play. Now Root can't either. And we're watching an unplayable game of League of Legends. I don't care if Frosty goes down here. The damage has already been done. Dragon is gone. Now goes Griffin and Kaze. Kaze is just watching this all happen. 3-0-1, soaking in the XP and gold.
Yeah, not a lot that can be done from Loud's side. I mean, you saw how low Redbird was, and it wasn't just Frosty doing the work. I mean, I would say F&B did most of the work, but that'd be a lie. It was just the ghouls chasing him down, literally. Like, the 3 ghouls chasing down Redbird through the jungle absolutely demolished him. Tempered Fate comes in a little bit too late to try to save himself, but it bought enough time for everyone to just collapse on Griffin. Cage down, nowhere for Griffin to go, but back to base. Red Cannons, on the individual remarks, they're being absolutely dominant here.
I think it's only going to continue as well. Red Cannons, it's feeling like a very comfortable space for them to be in, and this is another one of those games where you can't really look at the kill score. You can't look at that 3-5 scoring and say, hey, this is, you know, this is a close game. You can't look at the gold and say it's only 3K difference, 2K difference. It doesn't matter. No. Red Cannons have basically forced every single fight that they so wish, and every single fight, Lada's been on the back foot, except for that tower dive on the top side. That was their only proactive move. Everything else has felt so lackluster, so out of their control that they can only react, and that should terrify any Loud fans out there. Red Cannons, though, a little bit of jumping on the bot side as FMB starting to feel that chunk, but yet again, it's Griffin on the chopping block. They jump over to Frosty, but Frosty says nah, and Kaze is yet again the recipient of a silver platter kill.
Yeah, Frosty says nah, Kaze says hi, and Doom says all your jungles belong to me, and Griffin has literally nowhere to go. Like, we saw this bot side, he got absolutely caught off in his own side of the map. Loud have no control over their side of the map. Like you said, their only proactive move was on a dive on F&B, which, let's be realistic here, it led to nothing. They got no objectives out of it. They didn't get the Herald, they didn't get the Dragon, they got a kill and went back to base. And that's not a good position to be in. You want your kills to reflect on something else. You took the kill, should have taken the plates, should have overloaded top and tried to get the bounce back on the tower. Didn't happen. They just went straight back. Red Cannons, they keep on pressing their advantage. They get a little bit, they find other ways to push their lead on the map. They find the tower bot, they find the jungle inside of Griffin's territory, and now they find a fight in mid lane. Or so it seemed.
Yeah, like, this is, we just mentioned that, hey, there's a fight, there's not a fight, and again, it comes down to, it's not a choice for Loud. Loud are not dictating the pacing, they are offering. Loud is saying, do you wish to fight? And Red Cannons can say, well, yes and no. We don't want to fight.
A flash.
Okay, we don't fight. If we want to fight, we fight. Just like this yet again. I don't care what happens, bot. AC, FMB knows how to get away. It's all about these catches. Yet again, Griffin is down for the third consecutive time. Loud can do nothing to save their jungler.
Nope, and this kill, this is what I was talking about. The kill led straight into an objective. They got the kill on Griffin, eyes on the Otacon. This is the prime objective now for Red Canids, and they're absolutely going to consume it at the 20-minute mark, and there's absolutely nothing that Loud can do about it. They know that Red Canids are on the objective, but they can't intervene. They don't have a smite. There wouldn't even be a 50-50. They'd just be going straight into the meat grinder.
Yeah, it's a rough one, and Red Canids are continuing to get all these advantages for themselves. Kaza even TPing in to the mid lane as it's a two-pronged battle. Redbird flashing away here and having to try and stay alive, but it is a brutal game because guess what? You took a kill, you took Otacon, and guess what's up in just 40 seconds?
It's going to be the Dragon, and they immediately drop the Herald mid to get the tower, get the pressure down in the mid lane so that they can open up an avenue for the Dragon. Everything is working in favor of the Red Canids, and Loud are just spectators right now in this game. We talked about that they needed to have the early pressure with the Xin Zhao, with the Renekton. We have two failing lanes who should be securing the early game. That's not happening. Result, Red Canids are just free scaling, and the Yorick is no pushover in the late game either.
I mean, at this point, Yorick is already a pretty devastating combo, in my opinion. You diverted a little bit in the component tree. Normally, we do see that just hard rush into maybe a Sundered Sky, or if you're going Hullbreaker, you can as well. But, you know, it's a variety choice at the end of the day. You could still 1v1. We've already seen it happen. FMB, yes, Robo can get a good chunk, but if FMB decides to, you could straight up walk down the Renekton all day long, and that is what I'm terrified of. At the end of the day, Dragon now getting started up, though, by Red Canids.
I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. As a Yorick fan, I don't like the Trinity Force. I think the Trinity Force, Robo get forced to flash away here. We have a fight.
Well,
we do have a fight. Tempered Fate on Dragon.
Stalled out. Yet again, it's decided by Red Canids. They fight on their own time, and now they can rotate everyone else around. Two-Shot Barrage yet again landing on Griffin, and will Griffin be the first one to fall yet again? Rebello stepping up on the far side, but Robo trying to run interference. It's going to be a split focus here, as the pincer might be enough. Dragon is taking low and smited away. Loud is able to collect, and it will be soul point for Loud. They finally find something that they are in control of.
That's barely being in control. I mean, it was heavily contested. Loud won the 50-50 smite, but they're ultimately about to lose any and all pressure in the mid lane after the Herald strike. Robo is forced onto Dominus for a kill on Kaze. What a burning house here on Loud side.
I mean, Red Canids, they are in control at the moment. They let the wheel go for a little bit. Loud got 3 dragons, but Red Canids are still dictating, you know, who goes where, what is going to be made. And honestly, as we reach further into this late game, I'm going to be curious, will Loud be able to keep this pressure up? Are they going to get Soul? Because it feels like at this point, Soul is their only win con.
It is, and the thing is, it is still a valid win con, especially considering it's the Chemtech. Most people decide to look away from the Chemtech dragon, and with good reason. It's a dragon that works with the lower you are, and there's a lot of champions with execute, so it's not really that great. But considering the composition from Red Canid's side, executes aren't really that plenty, and they will be resisting a lot of fights. This soul would be good for Robo. But then again, like you said, the tempo is being decided by Red Canids. If Loud got these dragons, that was a tempered fate.
I like the attempt. I appreciate the attempt.
That he fat-fingered a ward in trade of the R because the 4 is next to the R. Get out of here. No way. Oh, Frosty, you silly Bard player. Anyway, like I was saying, the reason why Loud got the dragons was because Red Canids allowed them to have this pressure on the bot side. They ignored it. But I feel like that's about to change, because Red Canids know the threat that a Soul on Loud side represents, right? So they want to enable bot side a lot more, and I feel like with the positioning we see on the minimap, that's exactly what's going to happen. They're already placing wards around the dragon.
Let's see if the dragon is going to be their main sightline, or if they just run down Robo, as Robo gets a chunk eaten out of him. And at this point, it's not just one bag that you're making. You're possibly making about two. Redbird trying to slow down the death, but you are bottlenecked right now. Shockwave landing on Kaze, though, as that's a kill right back that you kind of need. Griffin is able to stay alive, and it's recognized Doom, though, trying to get revenge here. As they're going to go ahead and cycle in their way forward. A quick flash forward, though. Catches two, and it's another bop in the head. But the damage is slow and taking a while to land. So Louder actually able to stay alive, but they go right back in. I don't think that's what they want. Yet again, it's Griffin that will eat the Bard ulti. Yes, that's a great recall on the feathers. But it's still just a 1-for-1 considering how much was slung into the opponents.
I mean, we expected this from Red Canids. The fights are slow. The DPS isn't that great. They're a slow pushing team composition here with the Yorick, with the Ezreal. The team fights aren't going to be massively explosive, but, and this is a big but, they have a lot of grind in them. They have a lot of outs, or they have a lot of opportunities to really push their advantage forward and push their weight around, because they can sustain a lot of these fights, because their members are tanky enough, they're bulky enough to eat up the initial burst from Loud. And that was a massive shutdown, by the way. That was 1,000 gold falling into Griffin's hands. That I don't think it's going to be enough for this point in time. So I don't feel like the kill going into Griffin was ideal, but it's still a massive shutdown shared for amongst the team.
I think at this point, any gold is good gold. There is a point where you start saying, it doesn't matter how much or where the gold goes. You just need gold. You need everyone getting in that bank. Unless it's a support taking it, and then no one cares. And then you're just like, why would you take it? But we don't talk about that right now. Redbird and Frosty are doing what they do best, and they're trying. Of course, we are watching as FNB has been allowed to do split pusher things. You take a tower for free. You're playing on the other side of the map as well, as Baron is being done in the Baron Dark, now spotted out thanks to a Scryer. Still a little bit dangerous. Frosty
Redbird
getting a little bit of chunk taken out of him. Nothing more to be played, though.
No, and I guess that's a good thing about Redbird. He can face check and still be safe, consider if he has route around, because of the inherent range that Rakan is given. But still, Louder getting to a point where route is becoming an issue. With two complete items on Xayah, the damage is going to start to stack, and there's not enough people to really tank that initial burst away from him. His response. And here you go. Red cannons are already around the dragon. We talked about this. They wanted to get pressure on those objectives, and that's definitely what they're going to do.
A little bit of time taken here. Dragon once again being started up, but Loud are maybe looking for something else here. It's going to be a very nice ult once again. Temper Fate denying any pacing, and up goes the wall as well. Dragon is taken, which now means Griffin is in a weird spot yet again. I hate everything that's currently going down right now. It's just consistently annoying on either side, but Red Cannons do stay in control of their mid lane as they take in 5 towers and only let 2 go by as well.
All right, now we're getting to a point where it's the lead that the Red Cannons have is starting to get a little bit underwhelming. Even though it's still at 4.3, it is slowly but surely going down as these small advantages start stacking in favor of Loud. And now we get to a point where FNB, it starts to become noticeable that he's not playing solo queue, right? Because if he was playing solo queue, he'd just be AFK on the side lane and nobody would actually bother him. We're in a competitive setting, which means that he needs to be with his team most of the time, and that's not ideal for the Yorick player. Especially since there are no more towers for him to take down apart from the inhibitor ones, right? So this is a bad position for him to be on. He needs to teleport into the fight, but then you ask, what can the Yorick do in the fight? He's coming in, let's find out.
They're going to try their best, but honestly, Griffin is yet again denied the HP. Great Cyclone to slow things down, and the knockback brings pain. This time, Kaze rules the Rift as the rest of the team benefit from the King's Hold. It is free across the board as Loud run into the strongest that Red Cannons have to offer in this game. 29.5 minutes, Red Cannons take 3 bodies and look for the Baron on top.
Well, I mean, when the fights go up that cleanly, there's nothing much that you can do as Loud except wait and watch the objectives fall around you. 12-4, we're at the 30-minute mark. There was a bit of a lull there for Red Cannons, but they find their way back into a fight and into the winning position here. slowed down a pace, but with the Baron Nashor, they're about to take home or you could be looking at the surroundings of the last moments of this game 1 here.
I think either way, it's going to be that treat as we take a little bit of a replay here and take a look at this. You see everyone there. Griffin is still trying to frontline as a Xin Zhao should. But the stone caught you halfway there, and it just hurts to watch. Doom even getting away for free. It just hurts to watch overall.
It does, but overall, what we talked about in draft was, okay, Loud need a ball delivery system if you're focusing so hard on the Orianna. Griffin is just not it. He can't find enough distance, or he can't find enough space to actually penetrate the backline of Red Cannons and to actually get into the targets that matter so that the Shockwave can have the best efficiency possible. And Griffin does try to go deep.
And they're going to try once more. This is Robo on the far end, watching this all go down. Great Tempered Fate to keep them all in line, and that's going to be a killing spree for Rebello, as that is a 3-0-4 Ezreal. It seems all the pieces are starting to fall into place. You talked about that lead being underwhelming for Red Cannons. And they said, bet, we'll go ahead and run up an 8 to 9k lead.
Honestly, I just felt like Route was already on a good place here on the Summoner's Rift, but the man, he hasn't died. But then again, he also hasn't participated a lot in the game. He's just been farming. And at a 304 CS scoreline, you'd expect the Xayah to be online, to be able to dish out damage. But there's just such a massive issue in the form of Frosty with the Tempered Fate to just buy space for Red Cannon, to create the space and to ultimately close the game.
I think at this point, you just have to give credit over to Red Cannons. They will not lose a single member. Doom
that's massive.
Is the hope for the squad. Robo loses his GA, and there are disappointed faces on Loud's side, but Red Cannons will take game 1.
Game 1 closing on a triple kill for FNB. The man doing limit testing here with the Yorick. Definitely a difference maker. Definitely murdered the top lane here for the Renekton, and overall just to stabilize the whole game. It was incredible the amount of pressure that he was able to pull. We talked about the control that Red Cannons had throughout the whole game. We talked about how they were the ones in control of how the game was paced. And once they decided, you know what, that enough is enough, let's start doing dragons. They've already gotten 3. They're on soul point. Let's do something about this. It just, like, the whole feeling of the bot half of the map shifted. It just shifted completely. And Red Cannons just took home a solid win. It took 30 minutes, but considering the compositions, I feel like it's a fair time.
Yeah, and I think they also knew they had a lot of time on their side. I have to give respect over to the Ezreal. It didn't have a lot of oomph behind it, but Rebello played it to a very, very nice extent at the end. But Frosty, that Bard surprised the heck out of me, denying a lot of fights. And we talk about denial of fights fairly often, but that was the most egregious ones. I mean, the massive amount of ults that came down, and every time we watched, Loud try and do something, they were silenced at the end of the day. So taking a look at game number 2, AC, what do we want to see Loud do?
Well, I guess we won't get to see the Bard again because this is Fearless Draft. What do we want to see Loud do? We want Loud to succeed in chaos, okay? Loud need the chaos. Loud need to do what we just saw Red Cannons do, which is awkward champions in awkward positions. You need to get creative, perhaps. You need to bring something new to the table, something that surprises Red Cannons and completely catches them off guard. You need more tempo in the early game above all. You need to shut down the early game of Red Cannons because they flounder a little bit in the mid game. We saw that floundering in this, but they had such a massive lead that it didn't really matter how much they floundered in the mid game.
All right, I can sit behind that one, and honestly, I would like to see a little bit more out of them as well. We are going to go to a short break, and when we come back, the LTA South will continue with what could be our final game of week number 2, or maybe a little bit extra at the end of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. time to get going. We are set for our second game of this final series of the week, and honestly, I'm hoping it's not the last. That last game, though, makes it feel like this could be the last. Red Cannon's very much in control with the draft that they had, how they played, and Loud gotta come up with something here in game 2.
They do, and I feel like they had a sort of solution in game 1. They wanted to win top lane, that's why they drafted into Renekton. You know, Renekton is a high-pressure top laner that really demolishes and stat checks you at level 6. But ultimately, FNB with the Yorick, I feel like they didn't expect the Yorick pick, even though it's such a prominent pick for FNB. They just weren't expecting it. And with the top lane absolutely in shambles, they just couldn't catch the game on other ends. Griffin was super deleted in the game. And ultimately, Red Cannons got themselves a solid victory. Now, game 2, could it be different? It absolutely could. I expect it to be different. I expect it to start in the draft. Like you said, it could potentially lead us to a game 3. But there needs to be a little bit more creativity coming out of Loud. And my only concern is if they're just tilted out of their minds coming into game 2 here. Because the mental factor is massive when we're talking about lands.
Yeah, it's a rough one to think about, but honestly, you're 100% correct. There are a lot of thoughts to come out here, and in my eyes, it is looking towards that top lane. Now, at the same time, Red Cannons did have a little bit of a struggle closing out towards that mid-game. I feel like they could have closed out in maybe, 25, 27 minutes with the lead that they had and how well FNB was pushing, but they took about 30 to 31, so there are ways for them to get a little bit better, and I wonder if that is going to come into play here as they refine their craft going forward. At the end of the day, though, keep in mind a win here and a series victory overall would push you closer to that top, which means that the lower seeds might have a little bit better pick on who they want to fight. So always something to kind of keep in mind and always a little idea to play for. So we'll see if that works out at the end of the day. Either way, our eyes drawn in number 1 for me specifically, Griffin. Griffin on the side of Loud in game needs a bit more help. Getting caught out 3 or 4 times in a row did them no benefits. So moving into game number 2, let's see if that helps in any other way. Same man's across the board. We're gonna get different champions.
Yeah, we probably will. And that's a flexible Mbessa. You think it's going for Robo, but it could have very well go for Griffin, and he did really well on the Mbessa, even though it was an ultimate L on their side of the map. But still, he did good. He ended the game 9-3-8, I believe, on the Mbessa, and it could definitely be flexed here again. This is the creativity I was talking about. Now, Red Cannons, they have a couple of options here. The Yasuo probably isn't going to be it. If I see a Yasuo, I'm going to... Okay, Annie is a lot more reasonable. Annie is safe. Annie bursts you down. Annie is a good blind pick for team fights. Now, I wanted to say, last game, ultimately what was Griffin's demise was the fact that Redbird, even though he was playing a hypermobile champion in the form of a Rakan, he was hard stuck with route most of the times. Because they want to maximize the combo with the Xayah and the Rakan was stuck with his AD carry, and he couldn't really express his mobility elsewhere on the map. He couldn't ward for his jungle. He couldn't be there for his team most of the times. That ultimately led to a vision dominance for the side of Red Cannons. Now, with the Alistar getting locked in, that will probably be able to at least set back the Mbessa if they do try to attempt any dives towards Rebello's side. And I really do like the Alistar here.
Yeah, I like it. I don't know why you're picking a Kai'Sa into it, though. I understand that you can kite around, but you just were talking about, denial of dive, and what does Kai'Sa like to do? Kai'Sa likes to dive, so... Hey, do with that information as you will. There is no Xayah to be able to be used here, so there's no safety if an Annie jumps in. But at the end of the day, we gotta sit there and go, yeah, this is what they choose. The Rel comes in, it is a nice match against the Alistar, so at least there's a little bit of comfortability for Loud side.
Yeah, but you look at Loud's 3 initial picks. You see the Mbessa, you see the Kai'Sa, you see the Rel. You said it yourself. This yells dive. And they want to dive. Everything is expressing dive right now from the side of Loud. They want the Rel to dive. They want the Kai'Sa to dive. They want the Mbessa to dive. And then you look at Red Cannons with just 2 picks. They say, no, you do not dive. Because we have an Annie. You try to dive, you melt. You have an Alistar. You try to dive, you get punted back into your backline. And then you have a Senna, who just kills you in an unspeakable range and just gets away with a team fight with barely even setting foot within range of the auto attack of Kai'Sa.
Yeah. Yeah. There's
Draft
no other
isn't
way to
looking
really
too
put it.
fun for Loud. I'll tell you that much, Orbital.
Yeah, this is kind of falling into the same pathing of what we saw in game number 1. Now, to what extent is a whole different story at the end of the day. There's no York, but it does feel like some key components are being taken away. Namely, there is that Silas ban, which makes sense. You really don't want to let Silas go over, especially with an Alistar on one side. Poppy, very frustrating to deal with, so another denial tool banned away. But for the side of Red, they're really, really honing in on that team fight, that opening extra engage behind the tools as the Galio is banned away.
Galio banned away. I mean, it would be a decisive pick here to enable the dives. It could be really, really disruptive, and I like this ban. It probably also indicates that Red Canids want to potentially have some extra freedom on the Annie, probably to allow Kaze to be a little bit more mobile. You're against Jewel. Jewel is a massive threat. Let's not be coy about this. But still, you have a couple of options here still available on the side of Jewel that probably the Galio ban won't be a problem, but it just will disrupt their potential combo a tiny little bit. At least the getting hovered over probably is not going to be the pick here. Nah.
I would assume not.
Nah.
I would assume not, considering Senna's already in the pocket. Okay. Swap over to the Vi.
I saw
No
the bar go
Shaco.
away. I saw the timer bar go away, and I'm like, is that a Shaco getting locked in? Nah, the Vi's available.
No.
That's
Yeah,
okay. You're
the Vi makes sense, and again, you can kind of tell where their thoughts were, and even Loud kind of read it with the Camille ban, saying we need some form of actual lockdown, some good point and click CC that will deny any escape from the Kaisa. So I like it. You go ahead and have that in the hand, and you leave open the Aurora.
You do.
Which Aurora is a great way to tether against, but at the same time you don't need it, so you go with the Volibear. A little bit of a lower pick ban rate, but that's only here.
I'm confused towards where that Volibear is going, and this is only coming out because we have seen Griffin play the Ambessa in the jungle. Okay, so that Volibear could still be going into the top lane, but the Aurora definitely going into the mid lane. Now Aurora does melt kind of easily with the Annie. The thing is, Aurora will be able to stay away from the range of Annie, so there's going to be a little bit of a commitment from Kaze's side to flash in with Tibbers or with the Q to get the stun off and then the full combo. It's going to be a whole thing in the mid lane. I'm curious to see what's going to happen because our last pick is Aatrox to go against question mark. Oh, it is the Ambessa top.
Yeah, they went ahead and locked it in. It makes sense. It is going to be Ambessa top side with the Volibear in the jungle. I know we like to mess around a little bit, but this just makes the optimal sense. Namely, though, the Aurora in the mid lane. Jewel has been given a lot more power here. Now, the Orianna back in game 1 had promise, but the Aurora speaks a little bit more to oomph, right? A little bit more punch in terms of range combat.
Yeah.
The Annie only outranges with the ult and the auto attacks. You still got to get within range of this Aurora if you actually want to do damage. So I like where Loud are going, and we have to wait and see if it's actually going to yield results.
True, and just to point out that this is the first time that Volibear has seen play here in Split 3 of the LTA South, and it is going into the jungle. Now, Volibear is... I like Volibear, honestly. As a champion, I like him. He gets really, really tanky, and he is very, very unpredictable. I put them on the same level as I put the Trundle, except the Trundle does discard the stats from your opponent. So he has a little bit of an added utility, but the thing is, considering Loud's composition right now, it fits right into the let's dive type feeling here, you know? Because we mustn't forget that Volibear's ultimate absolutely disables turrets for at least 2 or 3 seconds. So that's a massive window that Loud have to go for dives. Now, how do you counter this? You can just absolutely outpush the solo lanes and just prevent Loud from diving, but you need to be more proactive. And I do feel like Loud want to be proactive in the second game.
I think they want to be more than proactive. I think they want to be dominating. The champions that they've selected yield those types of results. We just saw a couple fans throwing up the L's once again. They took an L in game 1. They're hoping for a W in game number 2. Let's see if they can throw down As Red Cannons on the other side are looking for a 2-0 victory to push themselves ever higher here in Split 3 of the LTA South. Let's get onto the rift here. As you can see, Kaze already having a little bit of fun. Redbert and Frosty staring each other down as that's a boop
Goodbye.
over the wall, and that's a fun one to play. FNB, though, having fun in that top side as the Aatrox is rounding a good chunk of damage. And again, when it comes down to the grass procs, either one of them is very okay. I'm actually surprised that we don't see the Conqueror.
No, I'm actually surprised not to see the Conqueror on FNB side, actually.
Yeah.
But I guess that makes sense, considering, like, in this early game, yes, you see the grass proccing, yes, you see the blade landing, but that's only in the early game. You can't forget that for every ability that Robo gains, he also gains an extra dash. Aatrox absolutely hates playing against dashes because he can't land the Qs. It just sucks to play as an Aatrox, trying to get that sweet spot in and not being able to because, well, your opponent is just prancing around. And that's mainly what's going to happen, and that's why the Grasp is there, because he knows that he's going to have a hard time stacking up the Conqueror. So he, safety of the Grasp, nice and clear. Now Griffin, he does have lethal tempo, and that's my biggest question mark here. I like the adaptation of lethal tempo. I do prefer the immediate gains that you get from press the attack, but I understand the lethal tempo. I am curious to see what kind of build he's going to bring to the table, because this is definitely going to be a nice little match with a little bit more creativity on the mix here. Again, for the side of Loud.
Yep. Take a little time and play up with what you can. There's that poke that we were talking about as we get every single lane in tow.
I love this.
Of course, we see, every lane just having a little bit of fun there, testing the waters, waiting for that level 2, level 3 to roll on through, and seeing if that makes any major difference. Poor Frosty and Rebello, last two to hit level 2, which we probably won't see for at least another 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would say so. Guaranteed. Kaze taking a lot of damage. That's the power of the range of the Aurora. So Kaze already forced to take a little bit more distance, or at least avoid the wave with a stun locked and ready, and Vi at level 3 around the mid lane.
Oh, it's a good tag. It's a very, very good tag, and Kaze even getting to save that flash as well, meaning a little bit of extra punch will be an annoyance factor, but Jewel getting a little bit antsy about it, almost no mana. So unfortunately, you're not going to be able to push this wave as quickly as you would like.
No, but the thing is, Jewel, like you said, he's out of mana. Kaze, even though he's out of health, he was able to sustain through most of those initial impacts. He does have to be careful, though, because it is a dangerous position to be in as an Annie. You can still have flash, but if you want to promote these trades, stun is available again.
Oh, but this is why Redbird's around the corner, and Kaze should know about this one. It's going to be heal coming in here. Good flash for flash out. Redbird losing both summoner spells, but again, Unsealed Spellbook means that you're more than okay.
Yeah, for the time being, absolutely. So he's going to be able to cycle both of the summoners eventually and just get them as they come. You have the possibility to go into Ignite. You have the possibility to go into an Exhaust if you have to. So a lot of tools for Redbird to really cycle through. We might see a trade, but no. Rebello and Doom just give up on this side of the map for now.
Yep. Just take a little time, and once again, we're back in that position of, you know what time it is. However, this is about a minute faster, I think, than in game number 1. FNB and Robo also being matched at the same time. Both teams opting into this lane swap, so the top laners on that bot side, which is a little bit surprising, and I'm curious. Nice little headbutt once again. Frosty making sure that there is no errant damage landing on Rebello without Rebello actively stepping into it.
Nope, and Rebello is having a great time here as a Senna, just pushing away, just punching him through, clearing out damage, clearing out range as well. Frosty doing a hell of a job here, making sure that Rebello has all the space that he needs to maintain his tempo as the Senna, as we do see a big trade in the bot lane. Robo takes the full swing of the sword. And I guess you'd expect that.
Yeah, FNB is just chilling, I think, at the end of the day. So still down quite a bit of CS, but like you called it, it's a rough time. So Robo's like, I like this game a little bit more.
No, Robo has a lot more freedom now. I mean, it's not as impressive. It's not as oppressive as the Yorick is, right? And FNB has a hard time farming up with an Aatrox because his wave clear, even though he has a lot of AoE, historically wave clear for Aatrox has always been iffy. Because he doesn't deal all that much damage. Griffin is trying to poke around in the Jungle of Doom. And if you look at his build, that's a Dark Seal on the Volibear.
Mhm.
Does that mean that the man wants to go AP Volibear?
Assumption is yes, but my heart prays no.
Because we could see. I mean, I don't want to. Nah, it's probably not going to happen. But he does like movement speed.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't want to see any more of it, and I hope I don't. So, that's how it's going to play. Robo hitting level 6, though, as FMB is enjoying a little bit of that treat of being behind in levels and ensuring that you don't try and force anything, because you do have Doom within your corner if you wish to try and get this gank off. Now, take a look at the top side. We're seeing this route come in. FMB still needs to hit level 6, though. That's what's going to give you that big chance at the battle. You go ahead and start a recall off, though. Griffin, once again, onto the Dragon, which was done back in game number 1 as well.
And this is just Red Cannon. Like, this time, it's not about the Red Cannons being in control of the pace, because they can control the pace right now. Not against the Volibear, not with the Senna, not with scaling in the sense that in the way that Red Cannons have. We do see another stun come out in the mid lane. Griffin around the corner. I think Kaze realizes this as the Dragon was just performed. But right now, Red Cannons just need space.
Yeah, and that's the catch and a half, Kaze. I mean, you are a lone Annie. There's nothing else you can do there. That is the kill that you're happy about, and Loud put first blood on the board.
First blood is on the board, and it is really, really well done, especially after an objective. Like, you go for an objective, you go for the pressure in the mid lane, and now you have free plates as well. You're getting Jewel ahead. This is exactly what Loud need to be a relevant threat in this match, because you're going to give enough space, or at least you're going to open up your jungle to start pressuring the bot lane, to make sure Rebello and Frosty can't really get around and have all this freedom that they want to. And this is very, very positive, because we saw what kind of threat the squad of Red Cannons could throw out in the face of Loud, but trading the top side, FNB again having a hard time landing the sweet spot on the blade there.
It just ain't gonna happen. Robo's a little bit too slippery here at this time. So for FMB, you're just trying to hang on to a lot of that CS and get all that value. Of course, Robo's looking for a little bit of a dance overall. Good tether back, though. And FMB, an ult out of Robo would seal your fate. And I don't even know if that Demonic Ascension would be enough. Or at least that World Ender.
Yeah.
Frosty and Kaze are here sitting on top of wards, so Robo ain't diving anything.
No, because Frosty doesn't have. Frosty is still holding on to the ward trinket. He hasn't swapped out to a sweeping lens yet. So he's they're gonna be spotted. Robo's gonna be staying under the tower, and this is going to allow Loud to actually fully collapse on the grubs here. And by the way, for all the haters in chat, that's going to be a cosmic drive for Griffin there on the Volibear.
Yeah, I mean, we see that as first item. It's all about the second and third item, though. Let's be honest. Once you start seeing that second or third AP item, then you're like, okay, I hate life, and I don't want it anymore.
No, but the Cosmic Drive is obviously... I'm not going to say it's a must, but it is actually an item that allows Volibear to be a big threat. It gives him movement speed, gives him the extra oomph on the engages, and it's overall a decent enough item for it to be a valid threat in Griffin. Now, like you said, the continuation is what's going to really spook us here. I don't expect to see a jump scare on the what's the name of that item that solo queue Volibears like to build as well with the crit?
Isn't it like Riftmaker or something? I don't know. Robo though is having a blast, and maybe not as big of a blast as you were hoping for, as that's a dive underneath the tower, and that's a final jump in. Flash for flash as Robo goes down, and that's Kaze to get a kill.
Yep, that's a nice little kill on Robo. He used everything that he could, and he almost got away with it as well. But Rebello's piercing shot was also there. He wouldn't be alive after that one. So well collected there by Red. Not a lot of objectives to really translate the pick. Maybe Kaze can secure a couple of plates for himself, and this will put him in a healthy position. But ultimately, Robo is still leading by 417 gold. FNB not having even close to the same game as he did last time.
Yep, it's just... I don't think you were expecting it, though. Let's be honest, I don't think you were expecting to have the same game as game number 1. FNB understands that their role in this game is a little bit different. It's still scaling, but you're not going to have that easy of a time, and it's just
No.
farm up, be a menace, and then be that kind of frontliner for the team. You know, you want that insane healing. You want that ability to be a nuisance without dying, and you knew. I think you knew Loud were going to pull out this Mbessa ASAP at some point. So
Yeah.
can't really hate on it. Don't really worry about it too much that the game isn't going the same way as
Oh.
Frosty eats his Ignite. That is the most rude way to ever take a ward. And Redbird
Orbital
just walks him right
mind controlled the dubstep Ignite into the back. Look, Frosty is absolutely flabbergasted. He doesn't know where to put. He doesn't know where to turn. He got ignited. What is he gonna do? He's gonna ignite back? No, man. He doesn't have Ignite available. That was just pure disrespect
True.
coming from Redbird. Also, I've already seen what I've wanted to see. So that's going to be the
Oh.
Cosmic Drive as the first item for Griffin, right? I fully expect to see a Flicker Blade as a second item.
That's it. You want the Flicker Blade? Oh wow, that is.
If he's going the Cosmic Drive route, I expect to see the Flicker Blade. Yes.
Okay, I can dig it. I can dig it. I understand why as well, and it makes sense.
It's a mix to
Little
build.
bit of-
Let's call it that.
Yeah, a little bit of a pull though is.
Man, he does not have a
little-
break. Does he?
Yeah, FMB just having a little bit of fun up here though, and Jewel is having a fight. But the reason that we wanted to take a look at this is because Dragon's up. And
Dragon
guess
is
what?
up.
Yeah, Red Cannons is starting to fight it out a little bit more, but it's gonna
They're
be
not
that
in good
taste at the end
position.
of the day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
don't
don't
wanna
really
force
have the
it.
vision control. Without the vision control, they can't safely guarantee the dragon without like risking a massive fight and losing a lot of people. And that would mean a lot of gold falling in the hands of Loud as well. So right now, they decide to pull a little bit back. Let Loud do their thing. If they need to, they will counteract on the dragon because Griffin is scary. There's a full item. There's a full item spike in the hands of Griffin, and I do feel like the Cosmic Drive is a better item in terms of spikes on the Volibear than the Sundered Sky is on the Vi right now.
I can get behind that one as well. Just taking a little bit of time and don't want to force anything just yet. So give it some more time and let them scale on up. Sundered Sky on 2, FMB and Doom carrying that for themselves. Also, Kaze still waiting for their own. But for Rebello specifically, you're pretty okay with this. You get a plate for yourself. You're still scaling up, doing well in the CS moments as well. Not only that, static in pocket means you got some damage behind you.
You do. And this is the beginning of the scaling for the Senna. You're starting to stack up the range. I'm actually, he's at 33 stacks, which at 13 minutes isn't phenomenal, but it's good. It's a good pace here for Rebella. If he keeps this up, he's going to be a menace come the late game, and he'll be fundamentally untouchable. He'll be in base auto attacking the enemy squad as a fight brews.
Yeah, not just a fight, but it's a full-on engagement. What a tether with the Magnet Storm. Keeps them all close, and that means it's Loud to pull and peel apart everyone on the far end. Red Cannons can do nothing but run. And they lose 2 in that immediate engagement. Not only that, Loud gathered their second dragon of the game, keeping control of this pacing.
Yep, and that was a massive Magnet Storm coming in from Redbird. He completely stalled out the fight and allowed Loud to just collapse on 3 people inside the Magnet Storm. So, hats off to Redbird on the engage there. Securing the dragon as well means that Loud already have the feats of strength and are absolutely live on the upgraded boots right now.
They're going to be enjoying themselves quite well and hoping to get, you know, some extra and start pushing for their own. Robo, though, dancing very close to the sun here. Has no ults on either side, but it's still dangerous to walk around with that low health. Let's watch a replay of this fight.
Yep, and there we go. So Redbird is in a good position. He's just waiting for the teleport to come in. As soon as you see the cease and desist coming en route, he actually flashes away, gains that space, and then everything blows up as the fight splits. Red Cannons were absolutely split apart because you had some people trying to go for the Kaisa, you had some others trying to protect the front line. Ultimately, they scattered each way, and it was just a matter for Loud deciding to, okay, who do we want to take down? Doom is definitely the go-to here because he's the smiter, and they take him down, and ultimately they win the fight off the back of a bad engage from Red Cannon's side.
He saw the frustration in their very, very upset that they lost a fight in that way, I think, for Red
Mhm.
Cannon's side, and I think it's very warranted. You didn't want to lose right there. If you lost right there, it's just like, dang, where else are you going to go with this? Like, that could have been 10 times better. You just kind of sit there going, wow, that sucked, and now we're put on the back foot. Now our pacing is gone. Now we have to play from behind, and we don't really have a choice there. That is going to be Herald taken away. Now, keep in mind, Loud not only got that, but also the Grubs, meaning they have 4, I believe, global objectives in their pocket already. They are looking so comfortable with this pace of play that 1.6k gold lead, I'm sure, is going to expand very quickly.
It is, but at the same time, 1.6k kind of feels like a little. It does feel a little fragile considering the state of the game right now, and it does feel like Red Canids can turn this around within one fight, because that gold lead doesn't really mean too much in the grand scheme of things. At the 15-minute mark, one bad fight can turn it around. Plus the kills, I mean, it's pretty dead even. So Red Canids, I don't feel like they've lost hope, but at the same time, this is good for Rebello. In Rebello's mind, he's like, oh no, we have to play from behind. I have to just sit and farm and scale as a Senna. Ah, geez, what else? What am I gonna do? Like, this is exactly what I need. Oh man, and my team is gonna be relying on me to be the carry for this game. Are you serious? Oh, we got a Herald in the mid lane now. Loud want to step up the pace of the game, and they're actually going to cut off Red Canids here on the counter push.
Yeah, you go ahead and just have a little bit more time for yourself, but that is going to be a secondary charge. As everyone kind of knows, you can drift the Herald just about any way you wish and gather 2 free towers. Very comfortable job. Loud are going to be real happy about that one. There's that gold lead increase that we were talking about, and that movement across the map as Loud have a little bit more space to play with now.
Yeah, okay, now the lead doesn't feel as fragile. I feel like Loud were just listening in on us and feel like, oh yeah, you feel like that's fragile? What about now? Secured 2 towers, get a bunch of gold in their pockets. This is incredible for Loud, who, well, Griffin decided to deviate away from the Flicker Blade for now. He's going for the Iceborne Gauntlet, which is an amazing item. Volibear loves the sheen, and this added slow to his abilities is definitely going to be problematic for Red Cannons. So he's going to start building a little bit more tanky. Now, it's a mountain of gold, but we need to realize that this is only a 2,600 lead. FNB is about to die with Griffin coming in.
Oh, and I don't think there's a way out. You're trying to run for safety, but no one's coming to help you, and you don't really have the healing just yet, so it's a free kill to go down, and Loud are starting to do loud things here.
Yep, you don't have the sustain yet. I mean, you do have the Sundered Sky, but you don't have enough sustain. You don't have enough tankiness. You don't have enough cooldowns. At the end of the day, you need cooldowns as an Aatrox to keep up the tempo. You need the Spear Shojin as well to make sure that your cooldowns are as minimal as possible in your basic abilities. Right now, he just doesn't have enough cycle to be a relevant threat to the front line of Loud, and Robo can just dance around the Aatrox as it is.
It's just so good. Honestly, very clean work, and you know how to deal with that Aatrox as much as possible. And again, it hasn't been that many kills, but this is almost falling in line with how Red Cannons won game number 1. It was a very comfortable, it was a slow pacing, and it was just, at the end of the day, it was a slow build up to a breakdown, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was Red Cannons just kind of falling apart at the very, or Loud falling apart at the very end, so they know exactly how this can play out. Dragon not only started up here, but going to be taken very securely, considering Redbird is an enemy side territory, just clearing out all the wards and saying, no biggie. So it is going to be an Ocean Soul to play for, and Loud get another piece of that puzzle as they're sitting on Soul Point.
Yep, and nobody from Red Cannons is even deep enough in the enemy or in their own jungle to actually threaten this objective. So Griffin has full agency over Red Cannons' jungle as another fight is brewing, and it looks like Redbird's in the air. But Red Cannons, they don't want to bite. They just poke out, see that there's not a fight to go for, and they don't try to force anything. They're just playing on the response, and right now, there are none.
I think a big part about that one is they're almost waiting for Kaze to be in the right position. I feel like a lot of this hinges on landing a really big, anti-ultimate. You're trying to throw Tibbers in there with the stun or anything like that. I wonder if they are not getting the fight that they're specifically wanting. They're looking for that 3 to 4 man fight, and Loud just isn't really grouping up for that. Keep in mind, Loud is consistently just going in like 1 to 2 man pods, and it's been very effective, but there has never been a time where Red are gonna get that 3 to 4 man fight until we look for that Ocean Soul, until we look for that Baron play.
And I don't think they want to promote these fights, because once they start promoting 5v5 fights or 4v4 fights, what have you, it's the moment where Loud are going to start losing control, because looking at the individual champions on Red Cannon's side, they have an Aatrox who thrives in massive team fights. They have an Annie with an AoE T-burst who thrives in team fights. Vi securing targets in team fights as well. So they definitely want to maintain what they currently have of just stacking Robo on a side lane, force a 1v1, maybe even a 2v2, and actually come out on top. Because right now, Griffin is absolutely instrumental in securing these objectives, in making sure that they have fast rotations and guaranteeing that Loud have healthy 2v2s, maybe even 3v3s, but definitely not more than that. They don't want to risk massive team fights.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Granted, he is building for the team fights. You take a look at that, that's not the Navori Quick Blades or anything like that. It is straight up Iceborne Gauntlets. It's all for the slowing power. It's all for keeping everyone relatively within the enclosed space. It is the frustrating build to go up against, and it's only going to continue, right? You get the Merc Treads in tow. I believe everyone is already going to have their boots completed here. Griffin is the last one before you start upgrading. However, there's a little bit of a clothesline here. Robo is about to get pinched. They do find it. Flash Headbutt Pulverized, but Robo's already out. Now Redbird's coming around the side. Magnet Storm on too, but it's underneath the tower, so I don't know how far you actually want to go. So it's a peel off the battle because Griffin's in the back line, and maybe that's a clash and catch that you can find. What comes out as a Skybringer works, but this time it's Griffin.
Wow.
Wrong place, wrong time. You'll sacrifice tower for this one, but you need those kills, and it's handed over to FNB. As you get a healthy chunk for your Aatrox.
Yeah, and Rebello is starting to become an issue, because at this point, Griffin couldn't get close enough. Rebello had just a permanent grasp on the range and the kiting of that fight, and it was a fight that happened in the back of an initial fight engaged by Red Cannons. They wanted to get Robo, they couldn't find him because he used his public execution to run backwards, gave him the target, he managed to just dash away into safety, and ultimately Red Cannons kind of wasted time, but at the same time they took out the smiter, but given the current game state they couldn't really capitalize on it, so ultimately they lose the tower, but they do gain a good kill on the enemy jungler here.
I mean,
see the replay,
watching this one back as well. Yeah, like the other side of this is you don't tower dive. Like, you just don't want to tower dive. In this situation, FNB is starting to get to the point where you do have enough. Jewel is also half a leg behind, so that entire coordination, it makes sense, and just poor Griffin was the answer. Now, granted, we have to give credit. There's still a lot working in favor for Loud. They still got the tower, they still got the gold. Like, honestly, this isn't that bad of a thing, but you can see maybe like, oh, okay, I made a mistake. Not the greatest move, but it's not a game-ending mistake, thankfully.
It's not in the slightest. Loud absolutely played really, really well on the response there from the engage from Red, but can they do it again?
Maybe. Oh, Root getting exhausted here, and that's not where you want to be, but there's the Between Worlds as Kaze starts to realize you're not in a good spot, and you can't even use Timbers. That's just your big CC, and this resounding fight is not going to go in the way of Red. A quick jump to the back line as Rebello is dead. And AC, I'm looking at a game 3, and that's all I can truly see. That is Loud taking 3 bodies and then some, as his game is now blown wide open.
Yep, completely wide open. It was a very, very scattered fight. They managed to find a pick on Kaze. They find then a pick on Rebello, who has been, I mean, immaculate in his positioning so far, but I guess he got caught off too deep in the fight. Loud just absolutely dove them. And this is what we expected from the draft, right? We look at the Ambessa, we look at the Kaisa, we look at the Rel. We immediately saw, okay, Loud absolutely want to dive. And the Volibear in the jungle just promotes this more and more as we take a look at the replay. You do see that it was initiated by Frosty. They could have just backed out of that one, but no, they wanted to bite back on Griffin. We immediately ulted back, and then they went, okay, no, we go for route. But then you have Jewel come in the fight as well with a very, very strong, Aurora, who just absolutely shatters the positioning of Red Cannons and just forces them into awkward positions, each of them running for themselves and not really finding the combinations that they need to secure kills, to secure positioning, and they're being absolutely outmaneuvered right now in team fights.
And I think it's only going to get worse here as Baron now spawns up. We have that hold on them. Loud were also able to contain and have the Ocean Soul in their hands, which now means even if they're in a bad position, even if Loud have the worst positioning in the world, unless there's an Elder in Red Cannon's hands, I don't see Loud losing any team fight here. Nobody on the side of Red Cannons currently has any heal shred, and even then, I don't think it's outscaling an Ocean Soul.
No, I don't think so either. You need to have a lot of Grievous Wounds, and so far throughout the series, you haven't seen a single item of Grievous Wounds being built. Baron is being contested right now. Loud have the priority. Double ward coming down on the pit. They know exactly where they are, but can they find the positioning, the distance, and the space to contest this objective? They need to.
Well, they need to, but FMB doesn't really want to do anything, and that's the smite away, and now all of a sudden FMB is in a really, really bad spot. Had the TP immediate flash out. And as the tower falls, it is going to be gold back. You do get, I'm pretty sure, all those towers from Loud are currently sitting on that bounty board, but
Yes, they are.
Red Cannons lose out. They don't have the, weren't even able to contest Baron, so Loud are like, chill. We still got 6.3, we're good.
Yep, and Jewel is in a massive power spike as well. Bloodletter alongside the Leandres, plus another mask in the inventory means that, I mean, if it was already tough enough to kill or to eliminate Jewel, it's going to be virtually impossible now. He's just going to shred through anything that they throw in front of the Aurora. Now, Robo, he's alone, but they want to commit these resources to try to take down Robo. It's just wasting time here. 2 levels ahead Robo is from FNB.
Right now, this is feeling like the beginning of the end here, and by beginning, I mean the end of the end. FNB getting chased down, and that's just a snipe. It's an easy cut down, as even the Dawning Shadow will do nothing. Tibbers, for once, I'm pretty sure. Kaze drops, and I mean, it's only to say hello to the rest of the party. Loud close on in. Inhibitor goes down. There's a moment to have a final gasp of air. It would be right now. Red Cannons are going to try and do their best, but they lose double inhibitors, and there's the engagement. Magnustorm right on top, plus the Griffin ult. Griffin getting revenge for game number 1. The Skybringer, the Thunder, the Lightning strikes as we are headed to a game number 3.
And what a way to go into game 3. You see the Volibear being locked in, you're thinking, where is that going? Because we already saw the Ambessa being flexed into the jungle. You see Loud bring in the Volibear, depositing all the trust in their jungler. The odd picks, they work. They just work. It catches your opponent off guard. It renders them complete. Okay, how do we play against this? We didn't prepare a game to play against this specific matchup. And Volibear is a tough champion to play against. He has sustain, he has movement speed, he has crowd control, he has shields, and he stuns towers. Even though we didn't really get to see that being put to play, it's still a flexible thing that the champion can do, and he does get really, really tanky. Cosmic Drive first item, I dig it. You know, I dig it. The passive's gonna start stacking. He's going to start getting a lot of damage from his auto attacks. The intense trades alongside the fact that he brought in lethal tempo into the fight made the whole difference, honestly. And Griffin, I'm surprised to see the Volibear in the jungle in this light, and I want to see more of Griffin in game 3, honestly.
We'll see if they can do so, because right now both teams have had a fairly convincing game apiece. And I'm wondering if that's going to clash here in game number 3. Either way, a winner will be crowned at the end of our week number 2 of Split 3. And I'm excited to see who comes away with it. So let's go to a very short break. When we come back, we'll have more action for the LTA South. We'll have another win to give out to someone. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Game number 3, only time will tell who comes out with the victory, because honestly, it's been one-sided either way. Red Cannon's game number 1, solid foundation. The York took over in the top side, FMB did work, and then game number 2, everything kind of fell in the way of Loud. Loud Gaming were really able to push their way forward with control, with poise, with grace, and with a lot of killing at the very, very end. Game number 3, no idea if we're going to see anything different.
I want to see some more juicy picks in a jungle. I'm slowly becoming a massive fan of Griffin. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, but a lot of the critiques that I had for Loud in game 1, they absolutely corrected them in game 2. So
yeah,
some of those critiques were in the form of, okay, so you got yourself a pick. What are you going to do with that? Are we going to do something else with the pick? Are we going to go for an objective? Are we going to invade the enemy jungle and secure resources from there? Are we going to gain vision control? We didn't see none of that in game 1. That's why Red Cannons won in such a convincing way. Game 2, however, was a massive contrast. Every time we saw an attempted pick from Loud, it immediately resulted in an objective, in a tower plate, in vision control, what have it. You saw good vision control, you saw good jungle control, you saw a lot of good cycling from Redbird and from Griffin. They were I feel like in this present meta, Orbital, there's a lot of impact to be had when you have a good synergy between your jungle and your support. Sometimes you just don't see that, and you see games go either way based on solo advantages, but this game was an intense proof that your jungle support combo need to be sharpened if you want to have good results, because Loud did it perfectly. They worked with the jungle and the support. Redbird was all over the place as well, and we saw how instrumental Rel was in this game.
Yep.
The fact that they were disrupting the backline of Red Cannons alongside the Volibear. It was just a massive big dub for Loud. Let's see if they can reproduce it on game 3, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we can say that for both sides, though, and honestly, I'm still waiting for a lot of the blood in the water. These have actually been very bloodless games, if I'm being honest. We are contained at about, I want to say about 10 to 12 kills in either game so far, and it's been relatively low scoring because of what you just pointed out. We're talking about Redbird, we're talking about Frosty. Both these players have actively been very, you're not fighting. Like, I'm sorry, you're just not going to fight, and if you fight, it's on our terms. So is it going to happen here in game number 3? Well, all eyes are on the difference, as Red have actually chosen to go on the blue side for the first time in the series, which means the bans are drastically different. We got the Jax, we got the Rise of Sime and the Scion, and on the flip, have to ban the Varus, have to ban the Gwen, and then the Trundle right afterwards, which leaves the Pantheon open.
Immediately picked up, and you already don't have the no, wait, no, you do have the Trundle. We did see Trundle, but it was on the last series. Oh, no, Trundle's banned. Trundle's always been banned. You're right. You're absolutely right. Trundle's banned, which means that Pantheon, as it stands right now, seems to be completely unopposed for any responses from Loud side. So Red Cannons do have a little bit of better control over what they want to draft. And we need to remind ourselves, this is a best of 3, and it's in Fearless Draft mode, which means we're on game 3, which means that the teams are going to be playing without 30 champions if we count the bans. So far, 20 champions have already been taken out of the Summoner's Rift. Now we need 10 more. We're digging a little bit deeper into the pool, or at least on the deeper end of the pool. The response is going to be the Jarvan from Griffin. So we're going back to the standard, or at least a little bit more standard gameplay here for the side of Loud, with a Galio being blind locked in for.
Ooh.
Hold that thought.
Okay.
Hold that thought. That is lock in. Okay. So we have a little bit of flexibility here. Galio being locked in preliminarily means that he wants to face the Rumble. They were expecting to see an AP mid. They were saying, okay, show me the AP mid. Give me a reason to put Galio in the mid lane. They pull up the Yone, which is not a terrible matchup for the Galio in the mid lane. Now the question is, do you want to toss the Sylas top, or do you want to have a mid against the Yone? Because I feel either matchup seems appropriate for the Sylas.
I think I think this is just a lot of, okay, we saw the hot pot combo in the Rumble and the J4. Well, we're gonna bring the pain. We're gonna double down on this. We're gonna engage in and have a lot of fun. And so I don't know if they were expecting the Yone or not. Either way, they do get the Yone, and now we get to see that sprint towards that bottom side. So the entire top side of the map has already been decided at this point. It's understood that the Galio is probably going in the top side unless you want to flex it into the support role. If you do, then it's up to you. There's a lot of options in there, but the bot side is where we really want to look. Frosty is not going to get the Nico. We are looking at the Lucian ban still, so any early game power is still denied away from Loud's side. But what's this last ban? What do you focus on? Do you keep focusing on support, or do you look at the ADC role and do you try and deny a 5th or 6th ADC here in game number 3? It is going to be Yunara, because Yunara is enabled this patch.
She is, yeah, she's already enabled, and she's a massive threat if you pair her with an enchanter. She does really damn well because she deals magic crits for God knows what reason. You know, it's just an implementation. They just had to do it, right? Now, my I want to be massive brain here and say that the Pantheon is still serving a flexible role, considering that in this patch he did get a slightly nerfed, so we could be seeing a return of Pantheon to the support role as we've seen in patches past. I don't think that's going to be the case, considering the powerhouse the Pantheon the power the Pantheon still brings to the table to this present day as a jungler, in terms of the flexibility that he does or that he brings. But who knows? Maybe Red Canids do have a trick up their sleeve, a trick or two. Who knows? Right now, it's up to Loud to decide who they want to reveal for their bot laner, and Jhin has not been touched yet throughout the series.
No, that's going to be a hold for themselves, and it is going to be a piece. Their Root is going to try and use that one to great efficiency if they can make it work. At the end of the day, though, it's all about making sure to have that range. Stay away from Kaze, stay away from FMB, stay away from Doom, if you will. And Rebello is going to say stay away from me as well. The Corki, relatively short range, but dishes out a lot of extra punch. If you so wish, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Bloodletter come out for either the Sylas or the Galio. And now you're going for the hard CC lock, and it's the Leona to round it out.
Yep, you want to force that team fight with the Kaze on the Galio. So the fact that Leona got locked in, it does tend to indicate to me that the Galio is going mid lane, because you want to have the flexibility of having the Galio mid to either ult top or bot, depending on where Frosty wants to go. You want to enable these paths. You want to enable these team fights. That is a Nautilus. That's a naughty Nautilus. You're running out of options. You're scraping the barrel here, and the Nautilus with the Jhin is going to be what's coming out. Not sure I appreciate the Nautilus against the Leona. Leona does get substantially tankier thanks to her W. Nautilus gets a small shield, but that's about it. And if we're talking about who can best pack Unsealed Spellbook in the support role, I would have to point at Frosty here, honestly. Listen, I doubt either of them are going to bring Unsealed Spellbook to the table. I feel like both of them are just going to go Aftershock and be done with it. But would they bring Unsealed Spellbook? Frosty would be in a better position to do so.
Okay. I can agree with that one. Just, hey, look, do with that information as you will, and if you bring it, great. If you don't, even better, because I'd rather like Aftershock in some of these situations, or if you want to get a little bit silly, you can go a little bit more concussive. But behind the entire frame, it is all about these players. Remember, both teams have actively gotten one game in a much more comfortable position, so this time around, they're hoping for a little bit of fun themselves. They're diving on into this game number 3 to decide who is going to come out on top and who is going to be sitting at maybe a 2-0 series score. And either way, they're going to be sitting at the middle of the pack considering the score line for the series.
Absolutely. And it's been a big comeback here for Loud. They came out of one of the bloodiest matches up against VKS, and they showed some very good signs of fight, but ultimately VKS took down the win. Now, against Red Canids, now we didn't expect much of Red Canids, but they've been looking strong. They've been looking tight. Loud fumbled the first game, kind of never really had a chance to pick it up. Red Canids didn't have a chance to pick up game 2. They were absolutely bodied. And now game 3, looking at the individual compositions, I have questions about whether or not the Sylas is going to be, the Sylas is going to be allowed to thrive in this environment, because that feels like it's very AP oriented when it comes to builds. But then again, on the side of Loud, it does indicate that Rumble has a massive job to do here in the Summoner's Rift.
As they all run on out, we enjoy the overview once again. The last time we're going to see Summoner's Rift, at least for a couple days, until round 3 comes about, and it's a treat at the end of the day. First time, of course, for Loud to be running on that red side, but it's a double Unsealed Spellbook with a triple conk on the side of Kaze, Doom, and Rebello, double conk on the other for Robo and Griffin. These are some wild Keystone choices.
I know. I mean, looking at Robo with the Conqueror, I mean, the man just wants to keep on fighting. It's not natural at all to see Rumble with the Conqueror. I understand why it's there. You know you're up against the Galio. You know the Galio wants to be in your face and fight you. So you bring out the Conqueror instead of the Comet. It allows you to ramp up in damage. It allows you to start sustaining yourself as well in the heat of the battle. But at the same time, looking at FNB, he's got Phase Rush. He's going to go in with the E, Q, auto, walk out. He's going to gain a ton of movement speed. He's going to be fine with it. The rest of the Conquerors on Kaze, same deal. He wants to maintain the fight. He is up against Jewel, but he's not even looking at the Red Kerfuffle against Jewel. He's looking at the fights in the long run. So Red definitely looking forward in the match instead of looking directly at what they have. They don't care about the early leads. They want the team fights.
I mean, I can agree with that one as well. Everyone dancing on a little bit of bed of nails.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone trying to get their piece of the pie right now, but early start here. You can see the trading in the bot side as we glance on over once again. It is Frosty and Redbird to try and throw down. They have a little bit more immediate impact with that CC chain, and now they're going to do it again. Level 2 not being hit on either side, so it's a forced shot onto Rebello's end.
I'll do it again. And he did it. He went back into the brush. He went back in. He ate another stun there from Redbird, and so far, I mean, no aftershock means that these initial trades are going to be slightly volatile. Frosty's going to need that level 2 or 3. I think level 3 at this point to get to get a point on W, and make sure he gets the resistances that he needs to be the relevant tank that Leona is. But right now, Loud are just playing it safe. They have Redbird stepping up, making sure to gain distance from the opposition. In the meantime, we do see that ward. Thank you, Observer. Meaning that Doom was spotted. So right now, Loud have full vision on the enemy jungle, and this is going to allow Redbird en route to play accordingly. Just play it safe. Don't overpush. You don't want these. You don't want trades against Frosty. It's too tanky. Just don't take that.
Don't want to worry about it right now, but Kaze, of course, eating up a chunk here. I believe this would be a Kingslayer Max, if you want to get most of it. But right now, Jewel is saying, maybe I should have a Kingslayer as well if I get the chance. That was a lot of damage.
That was a lot of damage, and that's the power of Conqueror starting to ramp up on these more prolonged fights. It is going to be sluggish, it is going to be nasty, but it is going to happen.
All day long, Robo also eating into this chunk. FNB trying to dance it out, but both junglers now into the mid lane. First meeting of the minds, as that's going to be an unfortunate one for Griffin, but a double knockout on the backside as Jewel gets his jungler out of a bad spot, and Kaze and Doom win that trade. Oh, well, I say win the trade, and then Kaze eats the tower shot. Unfortunate.
Fine. He'll just Kingslayer his way back to full health. It's perfectly fine. Don't be a hater, Orbital. I'm saying that, and they're going to start trading for the Scuttle Crab here. Jewel is, or Kaze in this case, is definitely going to go back. You're absolutely right. That tower shot was unnecessary. He could have stayed in lane. Now he's going to go back and teleport back in. But he does put himself in a good position. And Doom is showing signs of wanting to be proactive, as you have to be, honestly, as you have to be with the Pantheon. You need to be proactive. Now, we were looking at the trade in the top side. It felt like FNB was winning the trades, but the fact is, FNB is bound by a mana pool. Robo isn't.
Yep.
Robo just needs to manage the heat accordingly. And if push comes to shove, if there's a fight that takes a little bit too long, he'll just overheat himself, get taunted like we saw, and just auto-attack FNB to death, because your autos start dealing percentage damage with increased attack speed.
That's true. It's just going to get really annoying after a while, and you're just going to sit there going, okay, I hate life at the end of the day. So we'll see if that works. At the end of the day, though, we are seeing the dragon spawn. It is going to be Infernal, so no fun Infernal game here on the day. But Frosty joining on in, saying there's a flash on Jewel. It might not be enough, so Frosty not going to have to worry too long. Oh, but that is going to be a piece. No extra clone out, so that's just an easy tether. No flash used just yet because Jewel's underneath the tower, but Frosty getting a nice little stun. Dragon, though, started up for Loud as, yet again, the first one's there.
A little bit ambitious from Jewel, but at the same time, he is diverting the attention from Red Cannons over to the bot side. And when they realize, wait, it was all a bait? Yes, it was. Is Flash coming through? Nah, Doom is not going to contest that one. Try to steal with the Q. Not going to get anything out of that one. The first dragon falls in favor of Loud, and this is already a good sign that Loud are taking up the momentum from the last game.
I mean, they're loving it right now, and I love it as well. This is a
Wait.
treat at the end of the day, but...
Was there no lane swap here? There wasn't a lane swap. Loud refused to lane swap. They wanted that dragon super bad. So much so that they did it on timer. But this is going to delay their rotation back. As Frosty is now supporting FNB.
Oh, okay, that's interesting to see. I wonder if that's just because how the lane kind of set up. Okay.
So, like, the swap was to happen, but I guess Loud were like, we don't want to swap this. And you saw how much CS they sacrificed top. That you had a whole wave crashing top lane because Rebella was just solo farming as Robo was, you know, he was looking for information, he was looking for pressure. Now he's solo against 2 with a teleport from the unsealed spellbook.
It's a weird one right now, but that's going to be a jump in. We zoom eyes over to that mid lane as we're seeing a 3v2 right now. Kaze really looking to jump on in. Has a Cataclysm ready to go if you wish. And you jump
Frosty's
straight
coming.
onto Jewel. In comes the Galio ultimate, though.
What?
As the Justice wings crash down, Red Cannons are right back in control as they take not 1, but 2. Well played by Red Cannons as Loud hunt for the hills.
I completely forgot about this potential counterplay, and it is massive. So, what is the thing about Loud here? They want to oh, it's not done yet. That's a stolen
Nope,
Cataclysm.
Oh, it is, but no, that is the non-used Cataclysm as Frosty
You're right.
might look to get a tether. One more auto could do it, but no, because Root is available. That's
What?
going to be the victory, and the shielding from Griffin keeps him alive. So it's an overextension by Red that gives 2 right back to Loud.
That is so greedy from Red Cannons. They just had the fight. You got it from Kaze. You had the Cataclysm from Kaze. You locked everybody in for the hero's entrance, and that was I was going to say, the hero's entrance is a massive counter to the Cataclysm because Loud's team comp is about locking people into a space, but that's exactly where FNB with the Galio thrives, is in enclosed spaces. Knock everybody up and drag everybody down with a CC chain, but ultimately, good fight from Red Cannons. They managed to steal the Scuttle Crab here from the face of Griffin. They had an astoundingly good fight with Kaze stealing the Cataclysm away from Griffin and the hero's entrance to combo it up, but that should have been it. You got the kill on Redbird. You don't need more than that. If you want to take camps, take camps. You have Kaze on the kill. You have the red buff on Q. You take the red buff. You tried to go in. You forced the Cataclysm out of Griffin, and your team had already disengaged. Look at the minimap. Nobody is around. FNB is already bot side. You already have Kaze halfway through the mid lane trying to catch the wave, and it just went south so fast because Loud just collapsed. And the 2 kills that you got immediately traded back.
Hurts to see, but at the end of the day, that's how the cookie crumbles. So Red are going to try and do a little bit of damage control. Go ahead, head over. Take 1 grub, look for a few more if they can, and then work their magic. Meanwhile, in the mid lane is where the bot laners went, and the top laners and mids went bot, apparently, as FNB is now in a little bit of a duel with Jewel, who... Jewel's doing okay for themselves as well. 67 CS, has 1 kill, 1 death. Not the worst in the world.
These lane assignments are
It
so
is gonna
weird,
be
man.
Yeah.
You're
It's
putting
been weird, let's be honest. It's been weird the entire time.
here we go. We got a taunt
That's
coming
gonna
through.
be a little catch. TP coming in, and Jewel nopes on out of there.
Nah, he just absolutely does not want to fight that one. He was already low, as is FNB. As much magic resist as he's stacking, his base damages are incredibly high. So he still deals a lot of damage to squishier targets, and honestly, Yone does fit the bill here as a squishy target. As we do start seeing the first few plates coming down, Rout and Breadbird are collapsing on the mid, but Rebello is here to clear out the wave. Rebello, who has been having a very, very solitary game so far, not participating in any kills whatsoever.
Take a little time, play for yourselves, and see if you can yield some results in there. At the current moment, of course, we are seeing that gold, and that gold is a whole different story. That is looking like the U.S. stock markets at points, and it is just not a good time, honestly. Just up, down, and all around.
Up and down and all around. Right now, it remains advantageous for Red Cannons for a whopping 100 gold. You buy 2 pots, and your whole advantage is gone, by the way. But at the same time, it is a close game. It is a close game. Loud are responding accordingly, but it does feel like in the individual side of things, Red Canids are having the upper hand due to the sheer sustain that their inherent champions have.
It's definitely one to hold on to as a, you try and keep your advantages. We're seeing already this taunt come in as FNB is looking at a little bit of a duel. Robo gets the damage, but still has that flame spitter available, and FNB can't really do much about it. This is the kind of the expected result, but Dragon currently up and available, and once again, Red Canids are hoping to get a little bit of a chance. In comes Doom, though, as you find a catch on the backside. Very nice. Cleanse can't do anything, and that's your Doom. Flash misses! Griffin is going to get out of town, but only for so long. Disaster for Loud, and this time they don't overextend.
Wow, who put that wall there? Man, that's got a sting for Griffin. He just absolutely slam dunked up against the wall. He almost got away with it too, with the Cataclysm. But yeah, you can extend the range of the spear from Pantheon. Incredible Grand Starfall, but we're good diving here.
Yeah, and that dive is going to work in more ways than one. Frosty will not give their life because the dive is perfect. And Red Canids are once again in pure control.
Nah, nothing to do here from Loud side. Dragon is up, but Red Canids decide against going for the Dragon. As Griffin is already up, they decide against the 50-50. They have the grubs. They don't want the Dragon just yet. They want to recall and regain their strength. But incredible entrance here from Red Canids. I hope we get to see the result of that fight from a replay. I definitely want to understand, or at least display the inherent problems of Jhin. Jhin is a champion that works incredibly when he has the space and range to do it, but when you're playing against a team that can dive your backline, it gets super hard. And the Grand Starfall from Pantheon just absolutely demolished. Oh, denied!
It's never ending.
It's
sorry, never
Orbital.
ending at this point.
I am killing your buzz. I am so sorry. I did not expect that catch.
You know what? You're not killing my buzz, but Red is killing Loud's buzz by 1.5 miles. These have been catches back and forth, and this time it's not just Griffin, right? Before we were talking about how Griffin is the only one getting caught out back in game number 1. This time it's everyone. Loud is in this pacing of just like, we don't know what's going on, guys.
No, they're just playing reactively. So you do see FNB dodging the shots there. Equalizer in the bot lane, but the trade. What?
It's so clean.
How was
It's so clean.
This is so messy. How are you saying this is clean? They have
it's clean from Red though.
Oh,
it's clean from Red. Okay, well that wasn't clean, but you can't deal with the flash, so it's a good flash.
Okay, fair enough. But still, chaos across the board. Red Canids individually trying to 1v1v1 every single member of Loud and actually getting away with it. They're not getting punished for overextensions. They're not getting punished for overusing summoners because Loud, they're trying to play responsively, but they can't respond when they have to do it in 3 different lanes simultaneously.
I love how you're losing your mind. I'm so sorry, but it is an entertaining factor to listen to. It hurts to say, but it's true. That is where we're currently sitting. This has not been. This is bad for Loud. There's no other way to put it. Like they are constantly losing pressure. They are constantly losing out on what made them so strong before. Now, yes, they do have 2 dragons, but remember exactly, this is where Red was before. They lost 2 dragons early, but Red were like, great, we'll take the towers, we'll take everything else, and we won't worry about you. So, watch this pan out.
No, and it is panning out great for Red Canids because right now they're stacking 3K gold lead here against Loud. And even though the individual objectives are falling in favor of Loud, at least for the most part, the individual trades are just nasty here from Kaze as he plays it perfectly. Not the Cataclysm, but the Equalizer wasn't that great here from Kaze. Barely even matters. Because the sustained fight, the fact that Kaze has Conqueror and he just sustains through without even needing the Kingslayer, the game just works itself out, honestly, in favor of Kaze here. Griffin got spotted.
Good.
Oh, hey, round
Griffin
2.
got spotted, but only for how long, right? Kaze getting able to step back, and I guess Jewel is starting to get a little bit of a better fight here, but is it going to be enough at the end of the day?
Ooh, I mean, that Blithering King is putting in work, I'll tell you that much. So Jewel is in a position where his split is actually going to matter. And the fact that Kaze right now cannot contest the split puts Red Canids in a bad position, meaning that they have to commit 2 players to take down Jewel if they need to. And they will need to eventually.
Yep, that's just the unfortunate part. FMB also running a little bit of interference as we take a little bit of a breath and we take a look at the state of the game, which is obviously leading into Red's favor, but they're also not on pace to take as many towers as they did before. We're 16 minutes into the game. First tower has yet to fall, so with the current, status, Red is actually a little bit behind here.
And you'd expect this to happen considering that you have two lanes that are stacking AP. You have the Galio and, fight coming up. We have to have people coming around the corner result from left side.
Yep, and not only that, the solar flare landing right on your head, and that means Jewel is in a really, really bad spot. Jewel is just gone right now. TP in and the ultimate behind, which means there's no chance for Griffin. Griffin's wings are clipped, and that'll be FNB to come on in with a kill of their own.
Weird little spinny move from the Herald, but that's going to mean that they also can guarantee the mid lane tier 1 tower for Red Canids. I was just about to say, the fact that the solo lanes are stacking AP in the form of Kaze on the Silas and Galio. Like, Galio and Silas are not two champions that can actually push, but the curtain's open.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Great run
Equalizer?
in front. Red carpet comes out as the equalizer holds on, and they finally kill him, but that is like 4 ultimates used plus a TP. That is a wild amount of ultimates and time used. As Louder's just like, please give us something. Give us the dragon, but the dragon's not up.
The dragon is not up. It's going to be up in a few seconds, yes, but it's not up yet. So they are going to be forced to go back to secure the gold, or to at least cash in the gold that they just earned from this mini fight. In the meantime, Red Canids are going to start gaining back the vision on that side of the map. And now, teleport was forced from Robo. Equalizer not available. Do they have a fight here on Dragon?
No.
They're going to try anyway.
They are, but Red is more than happy to hop on in. FMB straight to the middle because it's Chemtech Blast Plant, which puts the entirety of Loud in a terrific and terrible position, depending on how you look at it. Red Canids take full advantage. They blast going Redbird straight to the Gromp, but you can't get away from Kaze. Kaze dives underneath the tower, and for the first time this series, we have an explosive team fight win from Red Canids.
What an absolute massacre, Orbital. We are talking about Loud, who, against all recommendations, decided to go all in on the dragon. They were like, we need this. We need this to get soul point. We need this to get one step closer to the dragon because Red Canids are going to outscale us. But they took a little bit too long. They took way too long to secure the dragon. It allowed the Grand Starfall to come in. It allowed FNB to blast cone his way into the pit, and it's a massive blast cone into a perfect position for a double taunt in the pit. But look at the Grand Starfall. Boom! Immediately, Jewel is down for the count. Flash out from Griffin, gets stunned, dragon down, and from here on out, I mean, Loud are just scattering, trying to safeguard whatever is left here, but they're just walking bags of gold for Red Canids at this point.
Oh, and you look at the faces, the amount, that's not happiness, by the way. It's partial happiness, but that's relief.
It's relief,
at the end of it. That is 100% relief that you see Red Canids not only win a battle, but get a distinct lead in front. That is what that look is. Red Canids on pace now with 6K in their bank to take a win.
Yep, and you said it yourself. I mean, it's relief. You know how fragile these leads can be, especially when you're playing a composition.
Look at the gold all the way up through like 10 to 12 minutes. I'd be worried too.
How much does that even mean at this point? Like, if you scale that down, prior to the 15-minute mark, it was just a back and forth. Kaze's getting ganked.
Well, I mean, look at Kaze getting ganked, but look at everyone else rotating around. How long can he stay alive? TP coming into the mix. Frosty joined on in.
Solar
Here's
flare.
The rest of Red as well, because guess who's on the back line? That was Rabalo. Said hello and what's up? A miss on that Zenith blade, but it's more than enough damage. This is out of control right now, and I'm terrified for more.
Yep, it is a very, very bad position. Loud don't want to pick these fights, or maybe they do want to pick these fights, but realistically they can't. Almost everybody on the Red Canids side has 2 items to account for, and Loud are still looking for their second item. The only champion, or the only player that can actually contest something is Route, who was close to getting that mortal reminder, but at the same time, it's a Jhin who can't catch a break. He can't find space, because every time he decides to turn around and start shooting, he has a Pantheon on his face.
Yep. it's just never ending, honestly. And I respect Red Cannons because the pace of the game has picked up immensely over the last, I would say, like 5 minutes. They got that team fight win earlier at the Dragon, and they have pushed ever since. They went from 0 towers to 3. They cleared out a lot of that freestanding gold, and now they can just look to group up. Now they can look to just say, hey, screw everyone else, we're going to take the victory. Kaze is even trying to set up a trap, and it might just work. Take a look who's coming down the lane.
Yep, they know exactly that there's absolutely no vision. Ah, you got a little bit antsy. He couldn't see the CS dropping just with nobody taking it. It's just free gold being wasted. He was like, nah, I couldn't. Jewel would have gotten in there. You would have caught Jewel if you would just a wave worth of gold patient, you know, just 150 gold, give or take. But ultimately, it's Red Cannons that just are securing control of this map. They want to set up the tier 2 tower in the bot lane for the next big objective for them to secure, and you can tell this by the amount of vision that they've deposited on that half of the Summoner's Rift.
It's been a nice one. As you said, lot of gold expended, vision lit up. It is daylight out here on Summoner's Rift right now. There is no fog of war. That's going to be FMB even dancing on top. But you can take a look. This is ecstatic. Majority share of these players all sitting at level 15 across the board. And they're so happy about that. 3 at level 15.
Yeah, and you notice Kaze was the most experienced player, or you know, the player who has absorbed the most experience throughout this game. He's super close to getting level 50, or in this case level 15, which puts him the nearest to level 16. And as a Silas, stealing a level 3 ult from your opponents, considering the amount and the importance of the ults on the other side, I mean, it's hard to pick a target on Loud's side that wouldn't be an appropriate one for a Silas steal, honestly. Everything can work for this Silas when it comes to a team fight.
And I think they're going to be real happy about that one. Kaze is like 6-1-3. I want to be 6-1-9 in there and be slinging the victories around if I wish. Kaze even prepping some of the chains. And it's not going to work, but still, like, this is a 10-kill lead. There is nothing, in my opinion, that will really change up the game plan. I mean, Red Cannons even have the scaling on their side. It is out of control.
I'm not even going to contest that. I'm not going to humor that because I've seen enough games from LTA South to know that that could easily change.
True.
So I'm not going to humor your statement, but I do see a Cataclysm with the Rumble ult, and FNB is just shaking it off. What's going on here?
Nothing. Kaze is just like, it's free gold at this point. It is free 100%.
What can you do?
Extra gold in the bank.
Listen, what can you do here? At this point, you have a silence in your face. You're playing a gen. What can you do? You can't do anything. It's not even a lack of or bad positioning from Route. He just got found. He was spotted, and he wasn't being accompanied in the jungle. That's his crime, was not being accompanied in the jungle. So he got ganked by Kaze and eliminated. This is just falling out of hand here for Loud. They can't really find any way to let these waves push in, because look at bot lane. Bot lane's pushed up against them. As we see, why do we need a replay from this? Rao couldn't do anything. His crime was existing in his jungle.
I mean that's a crime sometimes here. That is Kaze saying, it ain't your jungle. It ain't your jungle. Get out of my territory. And hey, listen, if you trespass, there are some answers to be had in League of Legends.
Yeah, and while in the meantime they want to get the side lanes, Loud are doing a decent enough job to keep them at bay, but the level advantage, the item advantage is just too overwhelming for Loud to really deal with. So at this point, it just feels like a death by 1,000 cuts from Loud. And Red Cannons are just chomping through all of these front lines on Loud's side.
I think it's going to continue as well. You take a look at this. Fog of War is Dark. Kaze stepping out as a solo, but you know so many other members are around. Baron has now spawned, and that's going to be kind of that ticket in. I wonder. Dragon Soul is a long ways off, but a Baron throw could easily bring Loud back into play.
A Baron play could bring Loud back into play. At least buy them 5 minutes, you know? At least buy them another Dragon rotation, because if they manage to nab themselves a Baron, I mean, that could give them a chance to steal the other Dragon as well, because that opens up avenues to maintain the push. But I don't feel like Red Cannons want to allow that. They're on everybody. They're on everything in this map. They want all the lanes pushed. They want to have priority over the Baron Nashor.
They just don't want to stop. I
No,
think
they
that's
don't.
what it is at the end of the day. They just don't want to stop. They're having a chill time. They're enjoying their life. They're really, really starting to come into
Wait,
their
they're
own
contesting a
as
scuttle?
well. As this is just another straight up fight. And
Why?
there's not a fight. It's just slaughter. Redbird is gone, and you're just deleted from the game. Griffin about to be the next. Equalizer slows him down, but only slows down 3 as that's a pinch against the wall. Jewel tries to go in, but remember, you're CC to Oblivion.
What
Your
a
soul
meat
and
grinder.
fate is gone.
Absolutely
Double kill
gone.
for Rebello, and it's 3 for 0 for free.
Orbital, I just want to point out that this fight happened because Loud decided to contest a Scuttle Crab. That
True,
wasn't killed,
true.
by the way. Scuttle Crab is still nice and alive. Praise be Red Kenneds for securing the life of the Scuttle Crab because, you know, they're friendly guys. They don't really do much. They just scuttle around on either side of the river. And Red Cannons preserve that in lieu of the Baron Nashor. Loud overstepped, they got immediately punished, they used everything to try to disengage. But the Equalizer is just not doing enough. Where's the Bloodletter? It's not. You're leaving the Bloodletter as third item on Robo. It's not the best option here for the current game state, but yeah. Not the best move here, trying to secure the scuttle. Even the hook went for the scuttle. That's why Redbird was stuck in place there because the hook just missed the scuttle crab. He didn't move anywhere. He didn't land on a wall. And from here on out, it was just a meat grinder slaughterhouse inside the jungle of Loud. And one by one, they just fell. The curtain was open, but it closes as fast as it opened. And now with the Baron Nashor in play, rather just finalizing the details to close out the game, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't see this changing anytime soon. This is honestly, Red Cannons, more than happy about the game state. Look at this. Jewel is pushing a full wave. Normally, this would be an amazing thing. But you look at everyone else on the other side of the map. FMB is pushing this mid lane. The entirety of Red Cannons is shoving in this bot side with a wave just as large. Double cannon up. And
yeah.
Now you got to fight back. Look, this is going to be the end. Slow rotate out of Loud. And it just feels like the finisher. Loud, as much as everyone hoped, are sitting at 0-1 in series score, and unfortunately that will only continue.
Yep, it doesn't look good here for the side of Loud, and it did feel like Jewel was just he got a bounty off of that tower. He is depositing good gold in the pockets of his team, but it doesn't feel like it's enough at this point. Cataclysm looks good.
Hot pot is burning. Frosty is going to go down. Makaze goes into that Zanya's. And yeah, a little bit of an extension here. So the tower beats that 6th and 7th player. But in goes Galio with the double knockup. Kaze is going to try and get all the healing in the world. Seals the fate sealed. And Rebello pops off. 3v5 all day long. Red Cannons wash the Spirit Blossom Summoner's Rift in blood as they take 3 in tow.
How did they do that? They had no reason to win that fight. They absolutely tanked the beginning of it, but the key players were still alive and well. FNB goes in, gets an AoE 4-man taunt, if I'm not mistaken, to seal off that fight, and now the Nexus is exposed.
Its Nexus almost open, but the deaths are more important. Statement has been made as Red Cannons ace Loud. And it will be a 2-0 at the end of week 2 for Red Cannons.
Okay, so a couple of things here to unwind what this game was. It had no right to be this difficult. It had no reason to take this long, but extremely well played. Red Cannons played it safe, made sure that Loud had nothing to go for. They cut off every single resource and every single attempt at obtaining resources from Loud. And slowly but surely, they started to choke them out. They got the objectives. They ignored the dragons on the first half of the map, but it didn't matter because the second half, everything belonged to Red Cannons. And ultimately, what a massive win here against Loud.
Take a bow. Frosty even getting in, throwing a punch in excitement. As you should, and I am more than thrilled. Beautiful job overall by both squads. Honestly, Loud put up a fight, but that last one looked rough. Red Cannons, I gotta ask, their secret to success, yes, it's 2-1s, but they're looking good so far.
No, they're looking incredible. Not gonna lie, they're looking absolutely incredible. But the trick here was it was a matter of pacing, really. You saw Loud in the early game. It felt like they were having convincing trades, but ultimately they kind of got set back by the fact that they didn't expect the Galio top first and foremost. They were not able to handle the Sylas in the mid lane. And the fact that there was just so much collapse potential from Red Cannons with the Grand Starfall from the Pantheon, with the Heroes entrance from the Galio. I mean, the fights have resolved themselves. Every time they thought, okay, we are on a, I don't know, 3v2 fight, we can handle this. No, Grand Starfall comes in. If FNB is not in the fight, oh, Heroes entrance comes in. Oh, the 3v2 we were just talking about, it's a 4v3 now. What are we gonna do? I guess we'll just die. And ultimately, that was the end of the fight here or the end of the story here for Loud, who remain without a series under their belt, despite extremely promising games here individually. Like, if you take away the scoreline, they're 2-4 right now, I believe, in the grand scheme of things. Individually, their game-to-game performances, they're promising. The drafts are interesting. The moment-to-moment gameplay is really, really good. Griffin shows real good signs of being an excellent jungler, especially with his odd champion pool, but he seems to be ahead of the curve. They just need to figure out what their mojo is. They just need to figure out where they are going to sit on if they're not going to be on the throne.
Yeah, it's how they have to go, and honestly, the crown might not be on their head, but they for sure are going to try and reach for it at the end of the day, but they only have a few more weeks to do so. Until then, though, we'll have to see how this all pans out. That'll be the end of week number 2 for the LTA South here. It's been a treat, AC. I knew you weren't really supposed to be here, but we appreciate you stepping in. Please tell us where you can find, where we can find you and all that stuff, because it was a blast having you here on the broadcast.
Oh man, don't worry about me. You know, you can find me on Twitter, on Twitch, on Instagram. I have my handle on the same. It's a weird handle. It's 0AC0O. You saw it on Twitter. It's the same on everywhere else. Nobody can pronounce it. I can't. So, you know, feel free to just keep on watching LTA South. I'm happy to work with Orbital. He was an amazing play-by-play.
I appreciate that. I love the appreciation. Not only that, appreciation to all of our casters and production throughout this entire weekend, and we hope that you tune in for next week, as week 3 of Split 3 will be the continuation, as a lot of teams are aiming at the top, and only those that are challenging get to pick their opponents. Pick and play will continue for the LTA South next week, same time, same place. If you want more of your fix, though, please go ahead and check out the YouTube channel, check out all the videos, and if you didn't get to watch all the games, well, go ahead and check out their podcast as well, where a lot of us casters will be going over the entirety of what went down the previous week. My name is Orbital. With me has been AC. We had Chippy G4 on the production. Thank you so much for tuning into the LTA South, and we'll see you all next time.